There we go. I hope this works. There we go. I hope this works. Okay. This is a little bit different than usual. I had a little bit of technical issues on my end. Normally I use OBS and I go straight through YouTube. Well, my computer is a little bit old and I do need to upgrade it, which is something I need to do. There's some kind of conflict when I try to run the OBS virtual camera. It came up with a weird resolution. And then my special helper decided that he would help me, the little black furry one. So he grabbed a hold of the keyboard cable and, well, things didn't quite go as planned. So that's okay. It seems like it's working. I'm looking at my other monitor and I hear my sound. Let me turn the sound back on. Quite go as planned. All right. So it is working. So anyway, this is a little bit different for me. I haven't really used the StreamYard for a while. I've used it before, but I do see that it works very similar to OBS. And we have our first comment, which is here, Lady June. Now, I get comments from both channels. I'm getting comments from my channel and also from Jonathan's channel. I'm not sure when Jonathan will be joining us, but when he does, he will be here. And again, I'm glad that he offered to be here. This is going to be my 1-year anniversary show. Now, next week will officially be, here we go. There he is.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. You hear me okay?
I hear you perfectly. You sound great. Look great too.
Brilliant. Cheers. Yeah, I've got a very weird color about me, but I think I actually am this color.
Well, it probably with the red light. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
I'll turn this off on them. This is my natural color. I'm actually this color in real life.
Okay.
I think it's too bright. Yeah, the red just adds a bit of ambience. There we go.
Well, you're like me, I like red light at night. I have neon lights all over the house. Everybody used to joke my house looks like a Las Vegas casino.
Yeah, but around the trim of my room, I've got a red light, like an LED panel. I can control it with this, obviously, but I use it mainly just so I can see at night.
Right. I have incandescent.
If I need to get a drink or something. So
I have incandescent light.
Oh yeah.
Old.
Yeah, I've got a red light therapy panel here. Not red light. I've got a ring light just here on me, and it's got like a stand which kicks out to put your phone in. Like a clip holder. So I'm actually using the stand of that to hold my microphone, so it's close to me and near to me, but not falling over. Because I'm using my old triangle desk and it's a bit awkward. So,
do you use a condenser mic or you use dynamic?
I'm using, I think it's a dynamic NT 1/5 generation.
I'm not familiar, but yeah, probably.
So, yeah, not like the standard Shure ones.
I don't like the Shure. What are they? The big ones that have the foam. I forget. Not a 57. 57 is a regular one, but what is that? 7B or something like that? It's too low.
Yeah.
The voice isn't that good.
Yeah, I'll try and share on the screen what I've got. Bear with. If it works. Yes, that's what I'm using.
Oh,
they got down in price a lot. Mine was about $250, I think. Yeah.
I see. Yeah,
it's a brilliant microphone. It is just very, very sensitive.
Right. Well, it's like the condenser mic that I used occasionally. It's so sensitive. It picks up every noise. I can't use it here in the living room because the air conditioner makes so much noise. But when I used to go in the bedroom, it was quiet there and it would work.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me know if there's any background noise. So my microphone is in front of my ring light, which is in front of my mini fridge. My mini fridge is like a green one for what it's worth. So it means the fan on it to make it cooler only turns on when it's too warm. So imagine if my laptop gets warm, that gets warm, then you'll hear a fan sound. So if you do hear a fan sound, let me know. I can just sort that out. But yeah,
I don't hear anything really except for my own air conditioner. I think it's noisy.
oh, fair enough. It's cool. But yeah, anyway, how you doing? How's this week gone for you?
It's been pretty good. I mean, I haven't got done as much as I wanted to. I was going to change the engine on my truck, but then I had an electrical job I had to do. And I had a friend that his truck broke down, and I did 2 jobs. I didn't get paid anything for them because they're friends of mine. Although my friend, I did the electrical job. He says he'll pay me when he gets money. And I know, I trust him. It's just that they had no power in the house, and the kids it was a mess. Everybody, the wife and kids were in panic. So we just got it done and out of the way. And hopefully when he gets paid, then, I'll get a little something for it.
Yeah, cool. That's fair enough. Yeah, if there's any issues with my connectivity, there's nothing I can do about it. long story short. So this laptop, it is wired directly into the mains Wi-Fi, the internet. I've got an extender dongle thing outside my room in a plug, and I'm actually tethering off my phone's Wi-Fi, which is connected to the same Wi-Fi that's wired in. That's the best connectivity I can get.
This is what my computer is connected to. I got an HDMI cable for the TV and an Ethernet cable.
Oh god, I wish my setup that simple. I've not even got my camera installed, so I'm like, that's another few wires to go everywhere.
I have just a USB webcam. I don't have a good camera yet. Maybe one day.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried all the webcams. Basically, you can get a decent-ish webcam, but to get like a really good, high-quality image, you have to use a proper camera. Or what you can do is, if you've got a phone with a good camera on it, you can actually set that up as a camera for your webcam. So there's an app called I think it's an OBS app.
I have that.
OBS
yeah,
camera
I use
app
it.
or something like that.
I've used that for doing outside video. Yeah. The problem is that it's a little.
Yeah.
My computer's old, so it's a little bit slow. You get sort of a delay.
Yeah, I don't know. They my laptop still works. It's all text good, but I actually downloaded this or got the new StreamYard thing recently because I've not been on it for a long time, and they got so many buttons everywhere now. It's a bit like, huh? Quite daunting.
I know the feeling.
There. I've got my logo up, so yeah.
Yeah, because on my end, your video froze up. I mean, it could be any kind of technical issue.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what to do because I can wire it. It's wired in, but it doesn't make a difference. But I've got my phone seems to connect better to the Wi-Fi here than my laptop that's wired in.
You're back.
But I've got no other options, sort of thing. So I'm a bit like, well, if it cuts out, it cuts out. But there's 2 of us, so we can. And obviously, you've got the admin tools, so you can obviously do anything with the screen you want. Should we carry on going through the chat, and we'll just listen in, answer anyone's questions, and address people?
Absolutely. Okay. Well, we have a lot of my regulars have dropped in. That's good. Okay, let's see. Oh, who do we have? Oh, we have Mike Seeley. Michael Pregler was there. And let's see who else is here. Mike Seeley Sr. Okay. And there we go, Tampa Bay. Well, it's good to have plenty of Floridians here. Linda Lanigan is here. Aaron is here. You know Aaron. And let's see. And then I said, good day. Let's see. And there's Jonathan. And who else do we have? We have Ryan Dish. We have, okay, we're saying hello to everybody. That's good. I don't see any questions yet. Terry Girl is here. And there I am again. And let's see. There's Juliet. You know Juliet. Glad to see you.
Thanks for joining.
And Lambs. You know Lambs.
I know Lambs.
Let's see. Yeah, love the thumbnail. Well, that was Jonathan's creation. I thought that was pretty funny. You have like a target on a duckling and a target on an iguana. That is pretty
Yeah.
accurate.
I thought I'd have a similar sort of theme as the one I had last time. So I looked back at our old thumbnail, and it was a bit like that. It's a picture of you, I think, in your garden, something like that. And there was like targets everywhere and blood and all sorts.
Yeah. Well, that was my garden years ago when it was overrun with iguanas, and I used to have ducks too. So, yeah, now there's nothing. My garden is pretty much empty. The only iguanas I have are less than 6 inches, and it takes a while for them to grow. But
yeah,
let's see.
Everyone's favorite doctors appeared on my Facebook. Just a bit of a claim to fame here, for what it's worth. If you can read it, let me know.
Who's that?
I think his name's Dr. Chafee.
Oh, I don't see it. Let's see. I see you, but the video's frozen.
Oh, hold on.
Michael's very popular with the age group. Yeah, I know a lot of people have Bible names that seem to be real popular in that age group.
Let me know if it appears on your screen or not.
Nothing yet, but
let's
see.
I'll see if it I'll see if my phone might other thing. Something's gonna happen now. I don't know what.
Okay. Let's see.
How's it going?
I still see you. I don't see anything else.
Oh my god. Yes, I'm. If the signal's any better, I don't know, but I'm tethering off my phone, which is connected to mobile data.
Ah.
If that helps, I don't know.
Let's see. I don't see. Do you also have YouTube open? Because I have YouTube open on another device.
I've got everything closed. I've literally just got StreamYard. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm looking at YouTube. It still looks the same as the StreamYard display.
Oh, okay. Right, I've closed off every piece of software internet I can on my computer. So that should eliminate RAM issues. Should we carry on going for the chat?
Okay. Let's see who we still have. Terry Girl. Paul Salvatera is here. There we go. It says it's working. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe that's an older comment. Howdy, Quackman. Howdy, beautiful people, from Josephine Cowley. Well, howdy back from Rick. Let's see. And Juliet says, don't forget to like. I agree with that. And I'm sure Jonathan agrees with it too. Sandy is here. Good morning. And let's see. Milton tries to help, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Sandy. Sound is good. All right. Let's see. Supertune. Hello from Clearwater, Florida. That's Chuck. There we go. And let's see. Jonathan. Yes. Okay. Who else do we have? Okay. Jonathan, you make me jealous. I wish I had that much muscle. Well, he works hard for it and has a very good approach with all the things that he's had to deal with. It's really amazing. I'm always been amazed by Jonathan. That's why I like him so much.
Well, it's I don't know. It's obviously quite a bit of work, like for anyone to perceive like what I do in a day, but it is achievable. It's not like I'm some mega person. That's it's doable. I'm just trying to make sure people realize it is doable to prove the point. Like, how many competitions do I have to win to sort of say, yeah, the carnivore diet seems to be all right? Seems to be pretty helpful for me anyway. So,
Well, that's it. You see, you can have muscle on carnivore. You don't have to be a toothpick like me. There's a whole range of lifestyles that are compatible with the carnivore diet. For me, it'd be nice to be bigger, but there's no real advantage physically because the work that I do, I'm strong enough to do what I need to, and I'm flexible, and I think I'm doing pretty good for a 57-year-old. But if you like building a championship physique, well, we know exactly who to talk to. You're not going to ask me, you're going to ask him, because he has the experience. Now, if your car breaks down or you want to know how to cook a duck, then you can ask me.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things I can't do. I can just about probably change a light bulb, but I'll probably snap my back enough even doing that. But yeah, I couldn't do the things Rick does, even though he's quite a bit taller than me. I couldn't get under car bonnets and start tweaking away at things. I wouldn't know what to do. You know, it's all purpose driven. So people are like, oh, we shouldn't bodybuild. So I'm like, I'm a bodybuilder, so yes, I should bodybuild by default. The same way a plumber should take their tools with them to a job. It's just what you do. I don't like these sort of like ideological arguments like, oh, you do this and I can't do it, blah, 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 blah. Therefore, you're doing it wrong. It's like, well, if I want to do something else, I would. People think that them saying to me, you shouldn't do this or you should do this, will in any way interfere with what I'm trying to do. And it's like, would you not think 1,000 other people said that already? You know, like it's a bizarre concept. Like you can look at people's shopping trolleys and say, you shouldn't eat all that junk food. Well, they're still going to do it. They're not going to think, you know what, this random guy here that I don't know is right. I'm going to go back through the shops now, spend 20 minutes walking around, and put each item back that is processed food or junk food because this guy told me so. It's the same concept. It's very, and people will sort of argue with me. It's like, I don't have the bloody energy to argue with you. And quite frankly, I don't care. But if I'm seen by other people not responding to you, I'd appear rude or non-caring or nonchalant. It's like, you know, that's the problem with having any kind of social profile. And I know, Rick, you don't call yourself an influencer or anything either. But, you know, we don't want to be seen as a bad person because then people aren't going to watch our stuff, which means people aren't going to benefit from whatever we're saying. You know, so it's that's a hard thing I've struggled with as an autistic person, I think, is navigating the online social scene, you know.
I don't understand why people give advice that is meaningless. You know, I've gotten that over the years many times. Everyone has an idea of what you need to do. Well, you need to do this and you need to do that. Well, I don't understand what it is. I think a lot of it, either they're jealous or they want to validate themselves. They want to act like they're some kind of expert. Maybe their life is not that great. And they figure that if they can give somebody else advice, maybe it'll make them feel better. I don't know what it is, but it's pointless. I get frustrated as well. And I'm not even autistic, but I get very frustrated. I see these people giving advice, and it's one of the reasons why I started the carnivore diet. All this healthy food, and you need to do this and that, and it doesn't work for me. And they keep saying, well, you got to keep doing it. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm going to do what works for me. It's my business. It's not yours. And if I wanted advice, I would ask for it, and then I might listen. But don't give me something that I don't ask for.
Yeah, I think that is a common thing. It seems to be more amongst men. So I don't know how society's infiltrating our minds to sort of have that kind of provocation. Like one example was the other day, Professor Blackgate did a brilliant video on understanding some statistical stuff. You know, median range, averages, and p-values, and all this sort of stuff. And it's just an informative chat. This is how we look at this. This is what the study says. This is what it doesn't say. Blah 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 blah. And there's a guy in the chat, and he's like writing down note form what Bart K said. And I'm like, yeah, like you don't have to tell us that because we're watching the video which is explaining it. It's like they're just trying to validate their own knowledge. It's like, you know, I guess you're like me. I don't like show off people that have to. Oh, I'm I don't know. I can't give an example, but there's people in our space online, the carnivore space, that will always say, I am good at this and trained at this, and it'll just be like an introduction to who they are. And it's like, I don't care what you've really got qualifications in. I'm here to listen to your experience. You know, I do think experience trumps all. As much as like I've got a degree in nutrition and stuff, and there's me going on about my own qualifications. It's like I still think, you know, the most experienced person out there will piss all over the most academically certified person out there. am I going to go to a guy like you that's, I don't know, unbuilt loads of things and built it back up again through practical experience, through decades of doing it, working with in schools, teaching the fucking thing? Or am I going to go to someone who's got just a fresh out of school? I've got a degree in engineering. It's like, I'm probably going to trust your opinion more because you've got more hands-on experience. So,
that's what a smart person would do, because the problem is the world we live in now is all credentials. It's all, what are your credentials? Well, I have this title, I'm a doctor, or I have this specialty. And then you look at the person, and then the things that they do are no better than anybody else. I used to teach at the college. We had a lot of people that had a doctorate degree, and their teaching style was terrible. I had students complain to me, I can't understand a thing that he's saying. And then you give them an actual device to fix, and they look at it and they struggle with it and they don't know. The one teacher that I work with, I gave him a power supply, a simple switching power supply. Any electronic student could figure that out in 10 minutes. And he struggled with the thing for an hour to figure out what was wrong with it. And of course, it was a bad MOSFET. But the thing is, I kept telling him, I said, look, just because when you first test it and it works doesn't mean that it doesn't fail when it gets temperature increases or decreases. Sometimes it can be something as simple as a solder joint. So what I do, I just pick up the board and give it a twist, and then it starts coming on. I said, okay, we have a bad solder joint. They don't teach you that in engineering school. A lot of times they give you the theory, but then you have to take that theory, go into the real world, and put it into practice. And like you said, there's a lot of people that they had engineering departments and they had the best qualified people. And sometimes you'd have to grab a technician and put them in there on a project to figure out what's going wrong. Because even though everything was engineered to the highest standards, there's still issues to deal with.
Yeah, that's why I trust your experience of that kind of thing more, because you're working with objects which require certain objectives to, work out for a flow chart in your head. This is right, this is wrong, this could be a problem. Oh, we need to change this. But my work is with people. As much as someone can say to me, I eat a clean carnivore diet and we're doing the same thing, I've plateaued in whatever way, I'm like, nothing's changed in the last 3 months since we last spoke. No, nothing at all. No. Okay, so you've not been to the GP or hospital to have a new medication. You've not changed your activity levels. You've been drinking the same amount of water. The seasons have changed from warm to cold. Does that make a difference? You're taking the same supplements. Your missus or Mr. back home's cheating on you or something. Is that causing you stress? So like all these things you have to go through. And you actually find there's always something where someone's changed like a big thing. One example recently was I've been doing a carnivore diet, the same sort of amounts each day, blah 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 blah. And I sort of found out, okay, why is your gut hurting more? Because they're getting an issue about 3 months in. Like it's like for about 2 weeks straight, they're just having gut issues every time they ate. Turns out it's because they didn't clean their cooker.
Wow.
So they had some sort of bacterial thing or something like that. It's like, well, I wouldn't have known that because I'm not sat there in the house with that person cooking away and whatnot. So with this sort of thing, it's quite a hard one to sort of pinch down because people aren't robotic. That's one issue I find. So I tried to, when I'm speaking to sort of people, I try to like give them an open floor. Like I'll share, oh, they've gone off track this week. Oh, I did that the other week, sort of thing. I had one too many roasted potatoes in a meal out of family. I felt bloated for it. Okay, they could relate to me and kind of, they know what it's like, sort of thing. So I'm happy then in future to offer more information. So, my policy is always more information is better than less, to be honest, because although it opens up more doors of things to go wrong, at least then you're going through a door rather than guessing and throwing shit at a wall, basically. So, yeah. Should we carry on?
Yeah.
On the press some buttons. Scott to Rick. So thank you, Papa Carnivore, for joining.
Yes, Peter has dropped in. That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's out for his usual walk. And let's see, sandwich videos. I'm not sure who that is, but it says that Rode NT1 is a high quality unit. Well, we know that Jonathan always does the best with what he has, so there's no surprise there. My microphone is from a yard sale.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have known it if yours costed like 50 cents or mine costed a few $100s. You wouldn't. You have to have an ear for it. Like if you've got headphones in that high quality, you're listening to it full volume, you'll pick up the nuances in the voice. I can work out how close someone's microphone is just through listening to it. Like
That's true.
to their mouth, regardless of what microphone it is. You can work out what kind of quality it is, what the gain might be, where it is positioned. You know, if the microphone was positioned here, it'd have a more sort of like dum 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 sounds because it's got the vibration. My chest, my voice is going to be projected close to it. Whereas if I had the microphone like in front of me against the wall, that's going to have more reverberation. But the average person won't pick that up. But you can always tell a Shure microphone because they all sound the bloody same.
Well, that's what this one is. It's a Shure 55S.
Yeah, they all sound near enough the same. It's just that there's a bit more tech sort of stuff if you're in a more challenging sort of environment, like a different room. So the modern ones will do this with the sound versus that, you know. But whatever, you know.
Well, I'm lucky because I have so much stuff in my house. There's zero echo. I can yell as loud as I want and there's no echo. Plus, I'm sitting on a rather large couch. I have books behind me. And when I listen, I do listen to some of my own videos just as a critique. And I'm sure you do the same. You know, we're the type that like things as good as possible. And I'll listen to other videos. And sometimes some of the prominent people that you see on YouTube don't sound as good as some of us. That's the interesting thing. I listen to my voice. I said, well, I don't sound that bad. I actually sound relaxing. And there's not so many of these people that keep saying, right, yeah. I get very irritated with that. The only thing about me, I do get sinus issues. But other than that, I think that the conversation part of it is fine. And then with the microphone off to the side, you don't get those plosives or those pops all the time. Now, most people use a pop filter, like a screen, but I don't have one of them. But this seems to work okay.
Yeah. The man that actually, my sort of tech guru, my friend from Finland, he's actually in the chat now. But this is him. So this gentleman, I call him Matthew for short, but I can't pronounce his real Finnish name. It's something like, I'm going to butcher it. It's like Matti something. I can't even say it. But yeah, he actually chose this microphone for me. He got a lot of experience, so he worked out this is probably the best one. We sort of tuned it to a pretty good degree. I'll probably need to tune it again soon, but yeah, I'm quite happy with it. It works.
I remember back when you were doing that. I mean, I've been on your channel, I think, since the beginning. Has it been 3 years yet? It's been a long time.
Yeah. When I first started, I was buying. I went for about 7 microphones when I started, and about 7, maybe 8 webcams. Oh crap! I worked out if you want something good, you just have to spend money. You can't get around it, you know.
That's true. But anyway, let's see. Who else do we have? We had, I think, I did my video. Oh, did it? This takes a little getting used to. I do everything basically right off of OBS.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? Oh, I said, okay, yeah, here it is. Michael Pregler was saying, Rick, you're a good friend to have. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Aaron says hello. And let's see. Morning, Aaron. Okay, everyone's saying hello. Oh, Coach Angela Mullins. Hi, guys. Well, hello. Glad that you're here. Let's see. Hello, Smoothie. We'll catch up with there's Amy, Keto Rock Stars. I'm sure you've seen her too. I still laugh at the strawberry poop gas song. That's really funny.
I like her. She seems to have a good bit of fun.
Yeah, that's it.
I like people like that. Like I just, you know, like she's pretty cool.
Well, that's what I like too. I like people that are funny. I don't like the serious people. I get aggravated. You know, it's like that guy Lane Norton or whatever. Every time I get one of his videos, I get aggravated with his smug attitude. Oh, can't stand it.
He is so smug.
Oh, let's see. Rick is a good friend, and that's why he's always cheerful. God takes care of wildlife like him. All right, let's see. We have a good morning. Oh, Bradley. He wanted to meet me today. I'm hoping that we'll get to meet at the park and have some steaks or something. So either today or tomorrow, I'll get to meet in person. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Then we got some hellos from Josephine. And morning. Okay. Oh, there's Gary. No slow.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Glad you're here. Damn Ray. I'm not sure who that is. Dana Ray. Okay.
I think I probably am, but
okay. I know it's a combination of channels, but I'm glad that everyone's here. I love the comments. That's one of the great things about this. Mannix Gaming, good morning, Quackers. He's regular. And from the Philippines, evening for me. Yes. Morning. Your cookie vid was pretty crazy. Okay, Aaron. Okay, I didn't see that. I can't keep up with the videos. I don't know about you, Jonathan, but I just can't.
I save them to my download folder. Then what I always do is pick the one I really want to watch that day at night time, maybe like 8 to 10 o'clock. I'll just autoplay through. Sometimes I just miss a load of them. So
Jonathan's seen you on with Rob Goodwin. Didn't Rob Goodwin wasn't able to be on, or?
Yeah, he couldn't make yesterday. He gave me good notice, and I did tell everyone in the Facebook page and in the description and the video itself. But yeah, he couldn't make it. I'm not sure if it's anything personal, but he just couldn't physically make it. He had some things to attend to. So
I know when I was looking at the video, and see, I had gotten into the habit of not commenting because remember somehow your channel had blocked me or whatever, and then I don't know, and so I didn't even do it. I didn't think about it. I go, wait a minute, Jonathan fixed that, and then I came in like towards the middle and said hello. So that was, or towards the end, probably.
I've got like 300 blocked people, but when you're actually going for YouTube to actually like click X on them, so every now and then I'll just batch delete a load of them just because I'm like, we're spending God now. The chances are they're not going to troll me again, you know. And yeah, I probably got down to about halfway, and I was like, geez, whoops.
Yeah, that, you know, I know I ran into that same problem with Carrie and also with Mitch. Mitch had banned me temporarily, and then he had to pick through it. I think he ended up using the cell phone to locate it. It was easier to find it because on the PC it was all in a small window and you had to scroll through it. It's easy for mine because my ban window's empty. I never ban. Yeah, I never ban anyone. They run away. I'm the kind of person that scares them away. It's like when I go to the canal, the iguanas all run away.
Yeah, I'm sure you said something to Mitch, like I don't know, asked a stupid question or something.
Well, what it was is just that I'm always making jokes, and I think he said that he didn't want to do any more of the duck things, and then I said, well, I'm still here, or something like that, or the quack is still here, and it offended him, and he got mad, but he realized that he made a mistake, and then he decided, well, I'll just bring him back, and we've been good ever since, because, see, like a lot of us, Mitch, I don't think he likes to have people go against him or give advice that, it's like you're saying, the advice that doesn't mean anything. Why are you doing this? You come into somebody's live stream, you tell them things that you believe are true. You don't have any proof to back it up. You don't have the experience, and then you act like an authority. So I don't blame him to get rid of them. You know, I agree with that. But some people are just like that. I go through this all the time. I do work. People are telling me how to do my job. And you know, a lot of times I tell them, I go, well, can you show me the proper way to do it? And that usually shuts them up, because you hand them the toolbox and they go, no, I don't want to. Okay, fine. That's why
people have a funny. I find this with different countries, people from different regions of the world. They've all got a slightly different way of saying things. Like I notice with American folks, they tend to be quite positive, and they'll say things in like a happy-go-lucky sort of attitude. When it comes down to it, they don't listen. That's one thing I'm struggling with the most. I'm talking generalities here, so I'll make my own criticisms of my own country as well, quite happily. European people can be quite direct, especially with their responses sometimes, but it's just the way they communicate. When you go to that country, that's how they talk. They're less emotional, but perhaps more emotional when they should be. I don't know. I'm doing all these sort of like racial sort of chants here, if I don't, well, probably. Hispanic people are loud. They shout a lot. They talk too much. They don't listen. That's something I notice very often. Yeah, I'm saying from a point of experience as well. It's not just hearsay. Like I've literally spoken to thousands of different people in my lifetime. Just what I've summarized. British people, quite blunt, quite sarcastic, straight to the point, but they also don't really want to know you. They're not like friendly people. We're not very hospitable. Our manners are good, but that's about it. I'd say that's probably the only strength of being a British person or English person. Australian people I quite like, actually. Seem to be quite happy-go-lucky, like a good laugh. Nothing really to say bad about them at all. Japanese people I like. I think I'd do well in Japan. I'd be a giant in Japan. Wouldn't I?
Absolutely.
Rick, you'd be a monolith.
Well, you got to realize I'm taller than Dr. Baker. That's the funny thing. I don't know if you saw the pictures.
Dr. Baker's tall. Like I felt short next to him. Yeah, that is mad. We've got a question here about autism. Yeah, I do actually have a playlist on my channel which is titled Autism. If you look through that, has it helped? Good question. I spoke about this in detail in a podcast twice from the last week. Yes, that's my long story short answer. Mostly in terms of clarity of speech, like fluency. Maybe less sensory overload as well. Maybe. Other than that, it seems to be very much digestion related. It's like if your digestion feels better, you're not going to feel as stressed out, obviously. So that's probably the main benefit I've had. But yeah, a few benefits I've had otherwise. Things like sauna seems to improve it. Red light therapy helps a lot. I recommend that a lot. Some supplements help. But yeah, like I said, check the video out. It goes into a lot of detail. There's about 6 videos or so. There's probably about 10 hours of autism related footage on my channel on that playlist. But that should give you some more ideas if you're curious. Yeah.
Let's see. Arms are coming back. I'm liking. Let's see. Gary says, I saw it. Okay, I guess they're talking about Erin and her cookie experiment. I haven't seen it yet. American cheese. Oh, I hate that stuff. That American cheese, that stuff's disgusting. Tastes like plastic. Oh, singing at a funeral this morning. I'm sure there'll be food after. I'm going to fast. Okay. At a funeral? Well, hey, hopefully it's not too sad of a song. It was a pretty great video. Okay. Flash was losing voice. I told him to drink some hot cocoa. All right. Oh, okay. I know Michael, he likes to work out as well. Live 3 days a week and cardio. My problem, genetics. Okay. Well, you're in the right place. If you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I have worked with a small handful of people. I'd probably say, if I was honest, I'd say 80% of people are about the same genetic-wise in terms of I can expect or anticipate them to do this with their body. And there's 10% of people either side where it's like, no matter what I do with them for 6 months straight, they've only gained like a kilo of muscle. I'm looking at the training footage thinking they're training hard, recovering properly, they're sleeping, they're eating the right amount of food, sort of stuff. And I'm like, they're just a low responder. Those people do exist and it is possible. I mean, Michael, I'd suggest booking in for a consult if you wanted like help with that. Obviously, feel free to ask questions here in the chat, guys, if you have any questions. Just try and provide enough context for myself and Rick so we know roughly where you're coming from, what you've tried, and what you're trying to achieve. So we can at least signpost you in the best direction, maybe. Yeah, it sounds sensible. Full body, 3 times a week. Pretty generic, pretty good.
This is definitely the right place to ask the questions because you have 2 different types of expertise in one place. That's a good thing.
Yeah, and Milton, but he's not around just yet.
Well, yeah, Milton, he was here, and then whenever I go online, he seems to go and fall asleep. And then when he's hungry, he comes in to bother me. That's the Milton way.
Yeah, it's always the opposites, isn't it, with cats?
Pharaoh Grandma's here. That's another one of my great subscribers.
She'll be awake, yeah. And me too. She's a moderator on my channel, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. So you're familiar. Excellent.
Yeah, we're helping each other out at the moment. So
I think we have a lot of the same subscribers, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the Feral Grandma, Annabelle, Josephine, Angela.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen her on your channel.
Main Sandy. Yeah, the main sort of people I see. Yeah.
And Amy agrees with us. She doesn't like show-offs either.
Yeah, there's so many out there. Everyone wants to have that thing. And well, basically what happened, Rick, was I was hoping to be They were doing a BBC documentary in this country, which means like this would be on the TV, maybe a series of like 4, 5, 6 mini episodes. I don't know. What they want to do is feature me in one of them as like the protagonist or whatever. So it'd be a real life sort of thing. So it'd be like a day in the life of Carnivore Muscle and all this stuff, you know, whatever it happened to be. Then they sort of slashed that and they said, okay, we're going to just do a meetup with lots of people. So these were people at an event that I went to over the summer. And they got some heads together and they managed to sort of do it. I had like 3 days notice by the time I figured out what was going on for December. So I never got to go. I never got the opportunity to even get there because it's southeast of London.
Mm-hmm.
Bear in mind, I'm miles and miles and miles and miles away from the southwest of London. So it would have taken me, honestly, about 3.5, 4 hours to get there. So it wasn't feasible. And there was no one in my area that could have taken me. So I was quite upset because I really wanted to go to that. And I thought at least it'd be, not even for just my sake, just for the sake of, here's a guy with autism, following carnivore diet. This is what he's managed to do. Follow his stuff. He lives with a lot of pain as well. So it might be motivating people. I don't know. So that was my intention. That was what I was hoping. But it got slashed. That was one opportunity I've just missed because I can't move much. So.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know how you could travel that long without having extreme pain with the condition you have, with the spine condition and with all the chronic pain you have to deal with. And again,
Yes.
and I know in my case, when I get a little pain from something, like when my cat tore me up or I got hurt, it made my mood very disagreeable. So I could only imagine when you have as much pain as you do, it would be very difficult to be able to be patient with someone without losing it.
Yeah, it's... Well, I find nowadays I'm more patient in some aspects. Like I know, say my mum is doing a job, she's going to leave the house at, I don't know, say 3 o'clock this afternoon. And say she tells me at 2:45. In the past, that would be fine. Oh, I can get my shoes and socks on, blah, 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 whatever. But now it's like, well, sorry, mum, it's going to actually take me longer than that. Even if I rush, I'm going to be longer than that. So are you able to adjust it at all? Then other people around me start adjusting their lives to suit around me and vice versa. But the problem is we can't always communicate every single piece of information on our flow charts of what we have to do each day, our time management, all sorts of stuff. We're not ever, you know, like we're not all completely cohesive. So it means things get forgotten about, mistaken. It's just annoying, you know. So that's what I don't like. But I've got more patience. Yeah, I can sit in a car for about an hour with the seat reclined. But beyond that, I'm like just hot, like you know, deep breathing, box breathing. I don't know. I'll like try and fall asleep. I'll take some medication. I'll listen to music. I'll like tap or I'll do something just to try and distract myself, or I'll do some vaping or something. So that's what I find a bit annoying. So because of the pain condition, I've had to actually take on more vices or habits to sort of distract me a bit. But you know. That's not about me. It's about something else.
Well, yeah, the thing also is that if you're in a vehicle where it's moving and you're going up and down and around, that probably just makes it worse.
Yeah. I've got a reminder on my watch thing. It says get up and get moving like every hour or two. Sometimes it goes off when I've just sat down and got home from the gym and I'm like, no, not happening. Goodbye. Yeah. I sort of manage my day through like the spoons and that. So you've got so many spoons every given week. Each thing you do costs a certain amount of spoons. I just try to balance out my week as much as possible. So sometimes people go on my website and say like, oh, it says you're free at this time. And I'm like, I am free at that time for you to book in, but can you book in a different time by any chance? Because I might not have crossed it out or whatever. But luckily I've not had to do it very often, but it's a limitation for sure, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. And that's why, you know, you can't go very far. I mean, just for me to go to Hack Your Health, I had to spend 5.5 hours on a bus. And thankfully, I don't have any pain, but I did get seasick on the way there, and I ended up throwing up because it was too rough of a ride. On the way back, I didn't eat as much. I was fine. But that was, you know, that's a good distance. And that's just here in Florida. So I can imagine anywhere else, if you have to go 3.5 hours, that would not be very good. But you would think that if somebody wanted to interview you, they would have come closer. But I don't know. Who knows the way these people are thinking?
Yeah, it seems very complicated. My biggest curse is me being big. But visually, it's such a deception, you know. I don't know. But yeah, we carry on.
Okay. I mean, big is a relative term. Some people think that I'm big, so it's funny.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, what happens? I have to get used to this. I clicked something and I guess it just jumps ahead. Okay, where did the comments go? It's different than OBS. Oh, there we go. Okay, I guess, it's very similar.
Seagulls here, by the way, guys. I've got some questions about the seagulls in the chat. I live about one and a half miles from the sea, so that'd be that.
Okay, here's a question.
Oh yeah, so you spelled my name wrong again for the 7th time. That's an exaggeration. 4th time. DS1111. Do you eat cheese, and do you put any limitations on how much you eat? I'd say I wouldn't put limitations on how much I eat, but I have an idea of that's how much I like per portion per meal. And if I eat more than this, I tend to get a bit bloated. What I found is that amount tends to be about 100 grams per day. And it's not like a hard limit. So if I've had 3 meals with, I don't know, 40 grams or something, or what is that? I don't know, 1.5 ounces roughly. But say I'm at a party and all they have there is prawn skewers and loads of cheese. Yeah, I'll have the cheese. I'm not going to stress about it. But for me, it seems to be about 100 grams per day. Now, I used to work with a client actually who was he was eating 1 pound of Parmigiano Reggiano per day.
Wow.
So I'm talking like imagine the volume of this is cheese. It'd be about that big, that whole wheel worth. But he used to eat it just off the thing. I'm like, gee, at least shave it or something. But yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah, nothing really wrong with cheese. Just some people have a slight intolerance to it or a big intolerance to it, and that's it. You know,
I eat about 4 ounces of cheese a day plus yogurt. So I'm like you. I definitely like the fermented dairy. I don't drink milk though. It doesn't agree with me. It's like raw eggs. If I eat raw eggs, I get gas like a vegan. So I stay away from them.
Yeah, I do okay with eggs in general, raw or cooked. Maybe 3 or 4 a day. So I make a carnivore ice cream at the moment to help me get food down because I'm trying to gain weight currently, good weight. And yeah, that effectively is. I can tell you guys the recipe now. Whether you can be bothered to make it or not, I don't know, but that's up to you. Basically, 100 milliliters of warm water, 15 grams of gelatin. Blend it all up, mix it all up so it goes into like a weird jelly sort of thing. Maybe like a tablespoon of salt, however much salt you want. You can add in like flavorings or sweeteners if you like them as well. Then I add in butter, so about maybe 20-30 grams of butter, makes it a bit more creamy. Blend that in whilst it's still warm. Then I'll chuck that in the actual machine blender, chopper, food processor, I don't know. Then add in 4 whole raw eggs, 60 to 80 grams of protein powder, so you can use casein or whey. Casein gives a more interesting cheesecakey kind of texture. Blend all that up, add any, I don't know if you guys like cinnamon or whatever you guys like, I don't know. Whatever flavorings you like, it's none of my business. Then yeah, just pour that into a mold, put it in the freezer, leave it overnight. Then when you're ready to have it, just take it out 20 minutes, half an hour before. It scoops out just like ice cream. You don't even need a Ninja Cream or anything. So yeah, it's actually a nice treat. It's too sweet for you, Rick, but it's a nice thing to have, like an addition, I think.
Well, you know what? If you like it and you're trying to gain weight, that sounds good because my understanding is that dairy helps people gain weight. I'm the exception. I can eat as much as I want and never gain any weight. But, everybody's different.
Yeah, I think if I ate to true satiety and didn't weigh anything, and say I had just had food in front of me, I could just eat ad libitum, I'd probably eat less than what I do now. I'll probably lose weight overall. I'll probably get tired as well. So Like I found for myself right now, I'm at the point where I have to like force feed food in a sense, just to keep the weight on, which is not healthy, to be honest. But we just do what we can do, I guess. We've all got different goals, but I always try to give the sort of what's the word, like the caveat, what I'm trying to achieve and why and how, so it doesn't might not necessarily amount to what other people should do. I'm carrying on through the chat now because Rick's on the phone. Oh, you finished?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
cool.
just somebody calling me.
Cool, yeah.
Let's see. Okay, we got some hellos. Oh, good morning. There's Bride's Biscuit. Good morning.
Hello.
Let's see. Oh, that I don't know. I guess that's one of
the guy I
your.
said earlier.
Yes,
yeah,
that's the one.
the finish.
Right, the one that helped you set up with the audio.
Audio tech, yeah.
Right, excellent.
Yeah.
That's great. Let's see who else we have. Annabella. Well, there we go. She's a regular on my channel. And let's see. The sandwich videos. Someone's building an old car project. International Scout. I remember those. They were real popular when I was a kid. Let's see. Rust out a lot, though. Who else do we have here? Josephine. Not too. Okay. Let's see if we have any more questions. Okay. All right. Christmas lights are the best part of winter. It feels like summer here. It might as well be tropical. It's in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about 11 degrees here at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't know. Somebody's been outside. Must be one of the neighbors. 1970s is love story. Okay, so more movies. Let's see. I found something better. 2-pound Costco Kirkland coastal rugged mature English cheddar. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I enjoy a good cheddar.
Yeah, that's the best rated one, I think. Over here, like if you're a Englishman, you're watching this, or an English lady, the best one I believe is vintage mature cheddar with crunchy salt crystals. I think you're doing like Aldi or Lidl or something over here, but yeah, that's the best rated one apparently.
I know sometimes with the Parmigiano Reggiano, you get those crystals when it's really old, maybe 5 years or whatever. I don't know what those are, the salt crystals or what they are. I prefer a cheese that's not that old. 2 years would be kind of fine for me for the Parmigiano Reggiano. And I don't think I've had cheddar other than the stuff they have in the store, which I don't think is that old.
Yeah, there's a lot of the cheddar's just mass produced samey sort of stuff. There's no real character to some of it. I like Grana Padano. I like sharp cheddar. We have one over here called. I've got to remember the difference. So we've got one called Double Gloucester, and we got one called Red Leicester. You may have heard of those.
No, I haven't.
No, so they're quite similar to cheddar in a sense, in terms of the same sort of texture. The Red Leicester is more crumbly and it's got a bit more of a sharper bite to it, but the Double Gloucester is a bit more soft. It's not like mozzarella soft, but it's a bit more bendy, if that makes sense. It's more mellow, like sweeter, nuttier. But they're two cheeses that I recommend as well. They're tasty.
I have to look for those because I do enjoy cheese.
Yeah,
especially on a heart attack burger.
Yeah, I don't do what is it I don't do? I can't do blue cheese like brie, camembert. I think it's the histamine in it or something. Like it makes my stomach just like sore, like as if I've eaten fruit. So
I don't even like the taste of the blue cheese myself, but that's just me.
Yeah, we like what we like.
Rick's philosophy is realism. That is very true.
Absolutely.
Seen it. Okay. Let's see. Get through these comments one way or the other. I'm still hungry after a half a pound of bacon, chunk of cheese. I think I hear some seagulls.
Do you see what I mean? You can hear everything through my. If I just silenced out my room and just had, I said this yesterday on my live stream. Well, yesterday, 5 o'clock yesterday, so it would have been at midday for you, I think. If I had the doors open throughout the house, But then my mum and stepdad at the back of the house had the back door open. You could hear their entire conversation with that. And it's a long house, you know, and they'd be downstairs as well. So
I'm surprised because at this time of the year, I figured it'd be too cold to have anything open. So the sound still gets in, I guess, through the window.
Yeah.
Half a pound of bacon. Okay. I love Canadians. Very nice people.
Ticked off yet about my slurs about different countries and their culture.
I love Canadians. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. I'm playing solitaire while I listen. Okay. Happy first anniversary, Rick. The year has flown by rapidly. Here's to many more. Good to see Jonathan back on. Yes, we're happy to have Jonathan back on, and we hope that it's going to be more to come.
Yeah, hopefully. It should be easier now to set things up. It's never going to be a complete comfortable setup unless I'm literally in bed. But you know, it works. I can open up my laptop, sign in, turn the light on, turn OBS on, click on StreamYard. It's a 10-minute process, but yeah, it's not as difficult as it might have used to be. It's a bit more simple now.
That's good. I know that you were turning regularly the AI generated narration videos, which are good. There's a lot of information, but it'd been a while since I'd seen any lives, but I'm glad that you're back in action.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm glad. I enjoy doing these, honestly. I just hope that when I speak to someone, it's someone I like on the other end, you know, because there's nothing like sitting on a stream and you can't talk at all. You know, when I've seen you doing before, Rick, where it's like, I don't know, like 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, you're sat on a stream with 6 people and I've barely heard you speak. And I'm like, is there any point?
Right.
Like, because you're not rude. You don't sort of butt in and stuff, but it's, you know, so I can't be asked to do that. So yeah, I'm only going to be doing these sort of more intimate ones, maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 people. So
that's good. Yeah, there's another subscriber, and I forget the name of his channel. He's got a new homesteading channel, but he always called himself the Kelly Broken Carnivore. He'll drop into a live stream and he'll sit there because he's polite too, and he doesn't really say much. So you're there the whole time and don't really say anything. But yeah, I know the feeling. So I wait a lot of times. If nobody else comes in, I'll be the one that comes in. And then if there's a lot of people there, I just don't come in. That's all.
Yeah.
Who invented the heart attack chicken?
And everyone comes in.
Yeah. I'm guilty as charged.
Herding instincts. Yeah.
That's got to be it. When I come in a lot of times, because I've sat in Mitch's and nobody comes in. Then I come in. Next thing you know, 3 or 4 other people come in. So that's good. Yeah. But yes, I invented heart attack chicken. At least I call it that. I didn't invent the cooking because people have been cooking in lard and tallow for thousands of years. But I was the first person, I think, to call it heart attack chicken.
Yeah.
Because remember, saturated fat, it gives you a heart attack. You can die at any time.
Oh.
Why is American cheese so yellow? I find it very curious. I don't know, but that stuff smells.
Extract. It's a food dye. There we go. Okay. That's the answer.
It's like they sell a cheddar in the store and it's yellow. And when you look at it, it shows there's a food dye. So I don't eat that one. I have to get the one that's called New York style, which is all like a whitish color. I don't like food coloring at all. I will never use it. I don't even see the point of it. Why would you color your food? Food is not entertainment. Food is nutrition, period.
Yeah, I mean, the red less is obviously red. But cheese generally doesn't vary that much in color. I mean, you're going to find a nutrient quantity in each which is going to give it a more orangey hue. But that's about it. But it's always going to be like a pale cream or a more orangey cream. If you know, if it's just made as per what's needed to actually just make cheese, you know.
When I was a kid, I always found American cheese disgusting, and I never understood why you would package cheese between plastic. So as a kid, I thought, well, it's probably plastic fake cheese because the stuff is horrible, and then it just melts all over the place. It looks like something that you would use as a lubricant. It's like my mom used to use margarine in a tub. I said, what is that? Wheel bearing grease. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like food. Why would anybody want to eat that? This is terrible.
Yeah, there's. I mean, I like the nostalgia sometimes of buying like the American. We call them American cheese singles, like the on
Mm-hmm.
the McDonald's patties you guys have. I quite
Yeah.
like that because it's like, oh, I'm having a cheat meal. It's not going to kill me. I'm going to eat like an extra 3 grams of seed oil that day. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, it's not hell. And I don't have it every day at all. It's maybe every few weeks. But yeah, these sort of things shouldn't be staples on a diet when there's a perfectly fine alternative that does taste nice.
That's the thing. Why would you eat that when you could have a real cheese? I mean, you have provolone, you have cheddar, you have. I hate Swiss cheese, but a lot of people like it. There's a lot of different cheeses. Why would you eat those stupid singles? I mean, they call them craft singles. They're between plastic and they're unappetizing. Every time I've been to a barbecue, that's what most people have. So what I've started doing, I would bring my own block of cheddar, and then that way I can slice it and I can put it. Because a lot of times when I go to a barbecue, I'm on the grill anyway. So it's not like they're cooking something with seed oils. No, I'm doing the cooking. Now, some people do want their meat cooked in seed oils, and I will cook it for them, but it makes my eyes water. So I have to kind of push it to the other side of the grill. They want oil on the pan. They insist on avocado oil. Okay. I typically use coconut oil.
Tastes like chemicals.
It's the chemicals, exactly. It makes my eyes actually water. And you know, I have chronic sinus issues. It makes them worse. Today, it's not as bad. It seems like it varies from day to day. The weather's been cooler, so I don't have as much of it. But when it's humid and you're cooking, but if I cook with lard or tallow, I tell people, look, you don't need the oil. Why do you want to put, well, all good chefs, they put oil in the pan. Like, I don't use oil. I use beef fat. Doesn't it make sense to use the fat from beef? Oh, it's not as good. Why don't you try it? This is actually a good steak. Yes, it's a good steak. They brainwash the people thinking that you have to do this because a celebrity chef does it. I said, you don't need a celebrity chef. You have your eyes, your ears, and your nose. That's all you need. Your taste, once you put it in your mouth, you'll know if it's good or bad. But
You're right. I mean, we have something called like basting beef joints over here. The idea is you get a beef joint. It's somewhat lean-ish, like a big carvery sort of style joint. And you got like a layer of fat over the top that's separate. I imagine it's just pure beef fat, like a sheep. Now it's funny because if that wasn't the way we're meant to be eating it, why would it's? Well, I mean, it's not like we go to a shop and we buy the lean beef joint. Then that comes with a separate sachet of like avocado oil. Can you imagine? People be like, "What? That's not how you do it." It's just like we're sort of detracting from our traditions and the way we've always done things, just to sort of what's the word? Appeal to healthy eating, quote unquote. You know.
And then the other thing too, if you live here in South Florida, okay, we have avocados, we have mangoes, we have it around us. They're easy to get. But if you live in North Dakota, where are you going to get an avocado from? You have to rely on this transportation. You're going to have seasonal fruit maybe in the fall. You might have crab apples or you might have a sage orange or whatever they have over there. That may be for 3 months. And then what do you do in the wintertime? There's no fruit and vegetables. You have meat, you have fermented dairy. That's really it. And I don't understand where people get this idea that you have to eat this tropical fruit year round. And if you live in a cold climate, I don't even think you should be eating tropical fruit. It's like where you live. Where was the last time you saw a banana plant or a coconut tree? It doesn't grow there. But you have cattle and sheep and goats and wild birds and all these things, and you have seasonal fruits and vegetables. But for some reason, they think that an industrial processed avocado oil is somehow more natural than putting a little fat in the pan and stirring it around and cooking on that.
Yeah, I think it's in my in bodybuilding circles, a lot of it is hearsay. Or you need healthy fats like coconut oil or avocado, or you sort of say, okay, why is avocado oil a healthy fat? Well, it's got monounsaturated fats in it. Okay, how much do we need each day to optimize our health? They don't know. We also can't prove it because there's no study which proves it. Oh, but everyone knows it's healthy because it's not saturated. It's not going to clog your arteries. Okay, show me an artery that's clogged with saturated fat. You can't show me. Okay. The other argument is, oh, but MCTs are good because they help boost ketosis and fat burning or whatever. Well, that's a saturated fat. The same stuff you're demonizing that comes from animals, which you're eating anyway on a bodybuilding diet. So what's the difference? Then I say, oh, but it's not got any cholesterol in it. Okay, show me the cholesterol in, calcified arteries. Yeah, there is a small amount, maybe 2-3%, but it's not what's blocking people's arteries. It just happens to be there because it's trying to it's trying to extinguish the flame which is caused by the damage from the seed oils and processed sugar and glycation, etc., etc. So that's my battle. But then I say that to people and they go, yeah, but well, it's just what the authorities say. I'm like, okay, see, self-elected people are authorities, not someone that's actually studied the shit is not an authority. Someone actually explain point by point, mechanistically, how each thing isn't an issue or is an issue. Well, and you also know me as a person, so you trust someone you don't know over someone you do know that is well bred. Mm-hmm. It's impossible. It's an impossible argument, Rick. That's what I think.
I know, and I've told people, I said, well, aren't cells made with cholesterol? There's cholesterol in the cell membrane. So what you're telling me is that every cell in your body is trying to kill you. It doesn't make sense. And then why is it only the arteries get the calcification? What about the veins? In your house, your plumbing generally doesn't get clogged unless the drain's what gets clogged, because you have the pressure side is much less likely to get clogged because of the way that the material goes through it. When it comes out the other end, it settles, and then you're going to get the calcification. So like in my home, it's always the sink that clogs in the drain, not in the faucet. So why would the arteries be the ones that are getting clogged when the veins are not getting clogged? It doesn't make sense. But people just don't think. They listen to what they're told. I think a lot of times they appeal to authority. Most people appeal to authority, and they don't take the authority that they have within them. This is the problem.
Yeah, I agree. Should we get through some questions? I think we've got a load come up. I might try and actually star them so we can easily find them. If you carry on going through, I'll just...
Yep. Okay, we have the cheddar cheese, and let's see. Now we have some comments. Let me just go through the comments. Rick invented heart attack chicken. Yep, but he failed. Yep, and you can see my story. In fact, if you look at Jonathan's channel, you will see that he's interviewed me more than once. It's yellow in Australia. We do not have orange cheese here. Okay, it's good to know. Early teen. Yes, that is correct. Ted keeps... I guess someone's referring to Varkay's yellow Ted. Let's see. Jonathan was live, just spreading the love. He just said some of us. Okay. Yeah, Carnivore Science. That's another good channel. Good morning, all. Good morning.
That's a new one for me.
Yeah, Carnivore Science. She's got several videos. Let's see. Okay, Annabella's. Okay, I bought some lamb shanks. Lamb is delicious. I found Jonathan through Rick's channel. Well, that's great, Juliet. See, we all recommend each other's channels.
Yeah.
Jonathan, we love you here. Yes, we do.
Usually it's like for like. We can relate, can't we? People that like you are probably going to like me. Well, not necessarily, but you know.
Well, I think a lot of them are similar. Hi, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Idea motivates me. Oh, good. First thing I do like. Yeah, there you go. That's okay. That's for her channel. Getting ready. So listening, not reading. Chat some. Okay. As long as you're listening. Pain sucks. Yes, it does. Thankfully, I haven't had much of it. But again, some people have to deal with it daily. And there he is. One of your guys.
Hello, you're right.
Yep. Hit the like button. I agree with that. Let's see. Okay, that's the question for Jonathan.
Ooh. Well, okay. I've got some notes on this because I'm prepared for every occasion because I get asked the same sort of questions, which I don't blame people for asking, by the way. Okay, so how do I deal with pain and training, basically? So most people in the country I live in right now, as they are with my conditions, this is what they'd be typically prescribed: 150 milligrams of pregabalin twice daily, 60 milligrams of duloxetine daily, tapentadol 50 to 100 milligrams twice daily, amitriptyline 10 to 25 milligrams at night, lidocaine plasters 1 to 2 times daily, sertraline 100 milligrams, zopiclone 3.75 milligrams 2 to 3 times per week, omeprazole 20 milligrams, and vitamin D 2,000 units a day. Of those things, I'm prescribed. Well, I'll tell you what I do take. So 25 to 50 milligrams of pregabalin daily. That's 3 times less at most than the lowest prescribable amount. 10 to 50 milligrams of THC and CBD combination daily, which I'm prescribed privately. That's not through the NHS, but only because they can't make profit from it. So that's why I can't get a prescription. Long story short. Vitamin D, 8,000 units daily, which is like usually 2 capsules, 2 tablets. Higher amount in the winter. I think it probably helps. I'm not overly convinced either way, though. Then occasionally, so maybe 2, maybe 3 times a week, this is what I might use. 500 milligrams of paracetamol, 15 milligrams of dihydrocodone, and 75 milligrams of aspirin. So I'm prescribed. So I'm using basically a couple of drugs versus like the potential 9 that I could be using, and the ones that I am using are at lower than the lowest prescribable dose. So that tells you a lot about the carnivore diet. So the carnivore diet effectively has prevented me from needing those doses with all those different various medications. So I think that's pretty good. So when looking at it that way, it's not too bad. But largely speaking, no, I don't really use painkillers before I go to the gym. I get a painkiller effect naturally from training itself. Because rather than having a majority of my mid and lower body in pain to a high degree, it means I've only got pain in the target muscle group that I'm training because it distracts you. So that's probably how I get away with it in the gym. Outside of that, I'm very careful for my recovery markers. I biohack the living shit out of life, and I do a lot to sort of manage my pain daily, which is very time consuming. But that hopefully answers the question. Rick never gets pain. He doesn't know what it is, so he can't answer.
I mean, I've dropped things on my foot. I've had my cat attack me, and things do happen, but no. And I do have a hernia that I've had for years. It doesn't bother me. It's more of just push it in when it pops out. It doesn't hurt. And I do get headaches when I get the flu, and I get really bad headaches because of my sinuses, the way that they are. But that's about it. Normally, and I can't, when I get a little bit of pain, I'm a very irritable and difficult person to deal with. So that's one thing that I have to admit. And I'm very sensitive. If I step on a little pebble inside the house, it hurts like crazy. My feet and my hands are very sensitive. I can feel everything. I can feel a mosquito land on my arm, and usually instantly I just hit it. If I see one in the air, I'll hit it. So it's like a trigger. I think that's the way I am. But some people I know, they can step on a nail and they wouldn't feel it because they just can't feel anything.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being electrocuted most of the day.
Exactly.
If I do get knocked by accident, I've sat in the bus next to someone. Yeah, I'm, like squinting, like, that hurt.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Let's see.
So annoying.
I'm 67. Work hard to keep the muscle. 6'2", 195. I love to work out first thing in morning meal. Oh, let's see. Meal 1, 6 eggs, 2 canned sardines. Meal 2, 1 pound steak meal, 3 cheese, and 2 canned sardines. Feel fantastic. Okay, so it's 2 meals a day. They know better than to call me at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you do put questions in the chat, can you actually put a Q in front of them, please? So I'm scrolling through and this screen's like that big and I'm like, questions, but you're not actually asking question, or there's Q, but without question mark. It's like, I'm doing my best to read it. I'm struggling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm blind. I don't know.
Let's see. Okay. Massive diet failure. Oh boy. A lot of chocolate for Rasus as a gift. I ate the chocolate so she wouldn't eat unhealthy junk.
This Christmas, I'm regifting all the chocolate I got, or I'm getting. Yeah, it's annoying. I used to just think every year, I'll just have it anyway. But this year, I'm actually giving it back to people that bought it for me as punishment.
That's good. I hate chocolate. I mean, and the ducks won't eat it because it's toxic to them. So if somebody gives it to me, I have to give it to somebody else. I usually put it in a container and my friends come over. Oh, is that chocolate? I said, yeah. If you see anything in a container in my living room, it's free for the taking. It's like when I want to get rid of something, I put it in the back of my truck. I said, if you see it in the back of my truck, you can take it because I'm getting rid of it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I can tolerate white chocolate all right, but milk or dark chocolate just sends my head spinning, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I don't like chocolate. I never understood. But my parents used to give me that horrible Ovaltine drink, and I think that made me to the point where I can't stand chocolate at all. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Coach Angela Mullins. High tolerance for pain. Okay. There we go. So let's see. Beautiful.
I am colored. I say an American lady. She's friends with my friend online, Joe.
Okay.
And I think her channel's about like weight loss and training and stuff. I think.
Makes sense. I didn't recognize the name, but that's a good thing about combining channels. You know, you see people you usually don't see.
Yeah.
If I wanted to work out, I would see like Bruce Lee. I'm a small guy like that. I barely do exercises. Well, not everybody needs to. I mean, you got to move, obviously. If you sit around all day, you'll be unhealthy, but not everybody needs to. You know, again, if you're a bodybuilder, yes, you need to work out on a regular basis, but you do other things, it's optional. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I wish that more people that worked in an office setting that didn't do physical work would join a gym or at least do structured exercise, because I think that sitting in front of a computer all day, sitting in a car, those things don't benefit you in the long run if you don't do exercise.
Yeah. I'm going to carry on going through the I've started some of the questions, guys, so it makes it a bit easier, just because I'm going to head off in about 5-10 minutes because I'm getting quite sore. But I'm going to answer the questions now just as quickly as I can. Then, Rick, of course, when I leave, you can go back in time and obviously address everyone, because it's always nice to know what people are saying. You know, it's good to be interactive. But anyway, so a question from Juliet. You mentioned omega-3 really helping you out, Jonathan, I believe, with pain. Can you explain a bit more? Okay, so you got a lot of DHA in your brain, and it also helps to line pretty much all the cell membranes in your body. The higher omega-3 to 6 ratio you have, generally people experience the better results in their C-reactive protein, which correlates closely with their pain levels. So if their inflammatory markers are high, they're likely to have high pain levels. We see this in people with lupus, arthritis, any kind of pain condition, inflammatory disease, which is pretty much anything. They tend to notice better omega-3 content within the brain and the gut, the better. What else is there to say? It's responsible for the cell membrane, which means signals can pass in and out of the cell more effectively, rather than having a bog down the cell, which is a mitochondrial burden, which is a drain on ATP, which is a drain on the body's energy currency. That's all you need to know from like an hour talk on it. That's literally it. There's nothing more to say about it unless you wanted like exact cell science. But yeah, that's the main benefit. So less inflammation because it allows messages to signal between cells more effectively. Less overburden to the mitochondria, which means the body can clear out crap and waste quicker. Better reduction in brain fog through the same process in the brain. There's more reasons, I'm sure. But yeah, you can talk all about the cytokines and stuff, but I've given you pretty much a whistle-stop talk to all them, what you're then saying in a 2-hour podcast of exactly how it reduces pain. So that's I don't know how much detail people want, but I do have videos, Juliet, on omega-3. If you type in either my old username, which would be Composition Consultant, or my current username, which is Carnivore Muscle, omega-3. You'll find quite a bit of information on that one. My next coach will be Carnivore Muscle, for sure, if you'd have me as a client. It is highly recommended. All I'd say is I don't work with people that are time wasters. I'd actually rather not take someone's money and work with someone for half the amount of money that takes a job seriously. So, if you're obviously a hardworking person, I know, because you work, you make huge content, so I'd love to take you on as a client. I tend to cap out at about 15 clients at any given time, just because otherwise I can't remember all of the information and the nuance of their lifestyles as effectively if I had 30 clients. That's my limitation. So, yeah, I've currently got 2 spaces left, so get in soon. That's if you're, well, you might ask me in 3 months and I might say I've got 3 spaces left. So I don't know, but right now I've got 2 spaces left. From Matthew, say, can my stomach tolerate Gouda cheese? I think so. I think you just need to work out how much you can have each day. And there might be something you have every 3 days, but you only have 3 or 4 ounces or 100 grams or something. That's the best way to assess that. It's very individual. But yeah, given your, should I say, Northern European descent, I think you'd probably be fine with it, to be honest, with like pastoral genes and things like that. And shout out to Harry Sopanos, who made a video on calcium intakes. I believe it is yesterday or today or the day before. I don't know. You type in Harry Sopanos, look for his most recent video, and he talks all about dairy and calcium on a carnivore diet, which I think is brilliant. Next one. When you say come in, are you referring to chat comments or being on the screen? Rick, could you please explain to me what she's asking? Because I'm unsure. I think it's just me being stupid.
Well, maybe you're talking about if you want to come in and join into the live stream. There was a link there that was posted, but maybe that's it.
I see. Yeah, I'll repost it anyway for both channels. Yes, if anyone wants to hop in now, Rick will be in the screen for however long he chooses to be. Then we'll finish the stream probably later tonight. I might come back on later. I don't know. See how I feel, but yeah, anyone's welcome as long as they are respectful. Don't disagree with Rick, and don't shout. If you shout, I'm not going to be able to listen to this when I'm listening later. So it's really going to piss me off. If you've got a loud voice, don't come on. I think is that a big obstruction to us? Do you think, or is that me being fair?
It sounds good to me.
Okay, I don't like shouting. Okay, Annabella, sorry, Jonathan, do you drink tea or coffee? I have a cup. I'll go through phases, to be honest. I don't have any hard sort of, I drink this much each day. I might have 3 weeks where I don't drink any of either. I might have a week where I just drink 1 tea every other day. And I might have a week where I drink 2 cups a day or 1 cup of coffee a day. I don't have that kind of urgency for it. Like, people are like, oh, can't live without my coffee. I couldn't care less. I think, well, if the kettle's boiled, I don't want food, but I fancy something different. And I feel like I could do with a little of a boost. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I'm neither here nor there. I've had your stream running, but missed the part where you mentioned your condition. What is it again you have? I wish there was a way that there's a auto transcriptor for all of our videos. So as we go along and speak, it sort of saves it all. And say, oh, by the way, Rick said something like 10 minutes ago about ducks. I can just type in the transcript, ducks. Appeared in conversation 20 times. Oh, this is about 10 minutes ago. Okay, there it is. Click on that. Listen from that point. It'll get there one day. I don't think we're many years off, but yeah. Anyway, condition. So I live with autism. I diagnosed with CRPS type 2. Chronic fatigue syndrome, I'm also diagnosed with. And a failed back surgery is kind of a diagnosis in of itself. But yeah, that's what I live with. And thank you for asking. One last question, then I'm going to leave Rick to it and to press buttons and stuff. Do you believe carb loading for a workout works, or is it beneficial in any way always to try to add muscle? I think if it did work, I'd do it myself. I don't do it. I think in this kind of context that you're asking based on what I know about you, Michael, I'd probably say if it's the limitation of what you're doing right now is how much you can eat. You can't eat more butter, you can't add more cheese, you can't eat more eggs, you can't drink more milk or whatever it is. You're like, I need more food. Yeah, maybe add in like an apple or something, peel the apple, maybe if you've got a sensitive gut. Maybe add in some mango, some dried fruit. I don't know, whatever you tolerate. But I wouldn't make that the mainstay, and I'd certainly not be doing a Paul Saladino a la 150 grams plus of fructose per day, or whatever it is. I don't know. I think there's certainly a cap when it comes to the most bang for your buck in a carnivore diet, and I'd say for a lot of people, especially if they're active, it's below about 50 grams of carbohydrates per day. That's just anecdotal. There's not hard science on that. It's nothing to do with ketosis. It's just, I think 50 grams plus is when you start getting inflammation that you might not want for a lot of people. If you're the average carnivore dieter and you're not active, maybe you're a bit older, maybe below 30 grams. If you're dealing with something like severe autoimmunity, maybe below 10 grams even. So that's the point where you're end up effectively eating, I don't know, 5 eggs a day and a pack of beef. You know, when your diet's very refined and there's not extra dairy or anything, maybe that might be when that sort of amount's useful. I mean, there's studies where they've looked at muscle protein synthesis around the workout window and adding carbs versus not. But the problem is they're using their metric as IGF-1 excretion from the liver. So IGF-1 is a anabolic hormone. It allows cell replication, duplication, whatever you want to call it. So you can create more muscle fibers or cells regarding muscle fibers or relative to it. The problem is with those studies where they've looked at protein and carbs versus protein alone, they're just measuring that one thing. So it doesn't actually extrapolate or remotely suggest that, okay, having an extra 5 to 10% more IGF-1 from the mixed bolus versus the single macronutrient bolus is going to give you XYZ gains over a 3-month period of time. So it's like, yeah, mechanistically it does something more, but how does that affect your body downstream? Now, if you're adding in, say, a couple of rice cakes to your training window, but then that's making you feel sluggish later, maybe you're bloated, it means you can't eat the protein and fat, then it could be a net negative. The other example, I think, is when people transitioning from a diet to a different diet. So I might suggest to someone, okay, I want to transition to a carnivore diet really quickly, but I can't eat all that fat right now because my organs can't create enough bile acids to digest it properly. Okay, maybe we're not going to go strict carnivore. We're going to add in, you're going to be having 3 meals a day, say. Meal 1, meal 2, meal 3. Meal 2's after training. Meal 2 might be a meal with some rice with it, like a spoon of rice or 2 spoons of rice, a tablespoon of honey, some fruit, something like that. I don't know, whatever you guys have. That could be useful because it means you're not getting a massive keto brain fog die-off flu effect. You're never actually fully transitioning from a Western diet to a carnivore ketogenic diet. You're kind of in that middle bit. So it means you can still sort of train to a respectable degree. But to get fat adapted, yeah, you are going to have to get rid of that at some point. I figure, in my experience, it's probably best to have a carb backloading kind of approach if you're someone that's going to add in any carbs to your diet. That's when your body's going to make most use of it. Your digestion's probably going to be ready and primed for it because you're not bogged down with loads of other food. You've had a bit of rest and digest time. The only thing to be mindful of is sitting down, eating the food mindfully, trying to rush it down because then you get more stressed because of it and it's not going to digest as well. So I think that answers the guy's question quite sufficiently considering I don't know much about him. But yeah. And there's nothing to support a different claim, so you have to agree.
There you go.
There we go. All right. Rick, you carry on. I'm going to stay for 5 more minutes and you can just ramble, then I'll let you know I'm off.
Okay. Well, the thing is, you've spent about almost an hour and a half, so that's pretty good. And yeah. I'm impressed. You do what you can.
4 milligrams of THC.
That helps. I'll tell you, a lot of people, they swear by the THC. And that's why I'm hoping that eventually they'll just let people grow their own and that's it. Because if you can produce it locally, the problem is it cuts the pharmaceutical industry out of the loop. So they don't want that. But in a free world, you would be able to do so.
Yeah. I think there's more benefits to be had than not. And it's probably more relevant to my audience that are into this sort of stuff. But the longevity guy, Brian Johnson, looks like a vampire. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he came he came out recently. God, I say that as if I'm perfect. I'm not perfect, guys, but he does look like a vampire. But the thing is, he came out recently, did a live stream of him mashed off his face on magic mushrooms. And he's like, okay, I want to try this out. Why are these things banned? What are the benefits of having it? What is like the effect downstream of doing what they call a heroic dose? So a dose where you intend to get smashed out your mind and hallucinating and all sorts. And he found actually a lot of benefits across the board for his health. I think a lot of that shows you it's not so much like the chemical makes you live longer and helps you detox or whatever. I think it's more turning off a certain part of your brain, letting the other stuff come over, sort of thing, then sort of like even out the system controls and rewire the cogs. That's what I think the benefit is personally. So yeah, that's why did I mention that? What we're talking about? Medical cannabis and drugs and things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think medical cannabis can be helpful for some people. I mean, when I first started and I was prescribed it, my brother was like, "Oh, it's going to make you." Well, he didn't say this about me. He's like, "Well, people that do it tend to be lazy, demotivated, lose passion in life, this sort of thing." I'd say I've not had that experience at all. It's been helpful because it's freed up a bit of bandwidth mentally for me. Makes me a bit calmer as well, which is probably a good idea. And just to rehash or give evidence to this point, I've got a message from DS111. Disagreeing with Jonathan is risky, like disagreeing with Mitch. I agree with that statement. Yeah. It's not because I know everything, but it's usually the problem is online, which for me as an autistic person, it might be that, it might be other reasons as well, I don't know. But you can be very defensive because when you've got a lot of people saying a lot of stupid shit on your channel, and every day you wake up to negativity and just drain mindless moron comments, not necessarily this bloke at all. You're sort of sat there thinking, what's the point? Like, I'll read something, I'm like, do I have to interpret this because a person can't word something critical properly, like a sensible person? Like Rick, or there's actually someone recently, Rick, I made a comment. What we discussed the other week on your live chat was with Juliet, and we're talking about terminologies and numbers and percentages about someone who said something related to a carnivore diet. Anyway, I sort of made a very sort of healthy, honest. It wasn't even critique. It's just like oh, by the way, you said this wrong, or you might have termed this the wrong way, sort of thing. And it seemed like the guy was like blowing off on me. I'm like, well, I'm just rehashing a point which you've got here, which is incorrect, in a polite and friendly way, so you don't look like a moron when people ask you about it and you got the wrong answer. I thought I was doing you a favor, my friend, but obviously that's what I'm thinking in my head. But he's always taking it the wrong way, as if to say, "Oh, this is some egotistical British prat." And it's like, no, it's just you've got something wrong, and like, I'd rather you not get something wrong because it's irritating. Like the same way Bart K is like, you know, when Bart K has to respond to the thousandth time, you know, calories are a measurement of heat in a closed thermodynamic system, whatever. It's like, yeah, how many times do you have to say that for someone to get it? Then for someone below the video which is talking about calories in, calories out, yeah, but there must be calories in food because it's like energy, isn't it? Like thermodynamics, isn't it? It's like he's made this like very succinct yet concise, detailed, correct video. You watch the whole thing, you'll not take anything away. It's like, fuck me, have you even listened? I find that irritating. Like, I at least make sure when I watch a video, I'll at least go for the whole thing. If they're talking about the benefits of creatine, I'll watch the whole 20-minute video just in case if they make a mistake at the start, maybe they go around at the end to sort of explain why they said something. Okay, you know, but unless you watch a whole video, you can't comment on someone's video of what you think of the whole video. It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a lot of people do that though. They look at the title, they watch a few minutes. Oh, comment time.
It is bananas, isn't it?
It is, and not even the good kind.
Annabella, Annabella agrees as well. Yeah, I think we all get different bits of grief for different reasons. Like with me, bold, young male, quite opinionated, not afraid to speak his mind, muscular. That paints a picture in someone's head before they've even met me. And you, tall, skinny guy from Florida, has some old-fashioned stuff he likes in his house. Talks about ducks and iguanas a lot. Oh, he must be this person. It's like, no, I guarantee if you sat there in a room with him for like an hour, you have a completely different perspective. And if you liked him then, you might like him more after speaking to him. And the same with Annabella. You know, like from my perspective, lots of health issues, very polite and friendly lady, been carnivore for a while, always like respectful and like hospitable, like, oh, hello, thanks for joining, sort of thing. And you're like, oh, she must be this sort of person. It's like, well, I could meet her in real life and think she's absolutely fucking nuts. I don't think she is, but you know, do you know what I mean? You don't know. We all have a slight, whether we like it or not, we do have a slight persona to us online. And people that have met me in person have never disliked me enough to say something critical like you're an asshole. No one's ever said that. So
they're afraid to.
They're afraid to. That's why I don't let them.
Same thing with me when I went to Hack Your Health. Everybody was nice to me. Nobody said a bad thing.
Yeah, I have no doubt. I don't know. Yeah, God, we've got a lot of comments, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see what people said. Oh, wait, go. Rick versus Brian Johnson longevity. That's what I'm waiting for. You're similar ages, aren't you? You're both about 50-ish. Well, you're a bit older, maybe, but Rick, the thing is, taller people don't live as long, though.
That's right. And I'm 57, so I'm closer to my heart attack than ever. I don't care how long I live. If I keep feeling good, I'm happy. I'll drop dead. I'll probably be at nighttime when I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, I would take. I'm 30. I would take 20 to 30 more years. Yeah, like if like thinking if I say I'm halfway through my life now, and if I live to 60, I think I could get enough done in 30 years. Like feel like I've lived enough, you know. It depends who you are. Some people are like, oh no, I want to live so that my grandchildren can't spend my money, sort of thing.
You know. I don't have any children or grandchildren, and I'll die broke, so that'll be fine. It'll just be a lot of I'll be giving stuff away when I get older, and then I'll have nothing, and that'll be it.
Yeah, I think I've pissed a few people off on the channel. I'm reading it. I got corrected by Jonathan one time for spelling his name wrong, and I'm usually good at not doing that because I don't like it when mine gets spelled wrong either. No, my nan calls me Jeff, Carl, Mark, Mike, Gary. I swear half the time, half these people are actually dead. I'm like, they died a long time ago. Like, I'm nothing like them.
Very few people get my name wrong.
Yeah, it's also hard to get wrong. I'm still reading through this. Yeah, Terry, me too. He said I was disrespecting him or never. It's when someone does it after the second time of me telling them that's not how you spell my name. It's like you have to actively do that. Like people say, "Oh, it's autocorrect." I'm like, no, because I actually researched this because I'm like, I wanted to know. You know, I like to know things. Autocorrect does not put an H at the start of my name. I checked this across different languages as well. German, Spanish, Italian, French, and English. It's not common. The most common way to spell my name is the way it's on the screen. People say, oh, but why get annoyed because people don't spell your name right? Because it's my identity. How'd you like it if I called you see you next Tuesday? You'd get quite wound up. Also, my granddad's name's called John, so it is quite personal. I don't. You know, it's his name.
They just have your name's right there on the screen. I don't know why it's so difficult.
Yeah, in university, people used to struggle to say my name. Funnily enough, but I went to a very diverse university, lots of different languages and stuff. So I just changed everything to JM. You know, I thought rather than getting wound up about it, I want to make it easier for them to type and to write down, and that's not an offense to me, sort of thing. You know. I'm still reading this. Brian Johnson's corpse might outlast Rick's after death, I bet. There's so much plastic and like artificialness in it.
That's
At
true.
least when we have Rick, he's not sort of selfishly, you know, sort of made himself some sort of like some cyborg that can be resurrected like 100 years later. You're going to be real sort of Ash, like giving back to the earth, not fucking taking from it.
That's right.
Bastards.
There's only going to be one Rick ever.
Yeah. So, sorry if this is quite what's the word? What's the word, Rick, when you say something's morbid? Yeah, sorry, it's quite a morbid thing to say. Yeah, I don't mean to offend anyone by saying that, and hopefully Rick has at least get double the life expectancy of Brian Johnson, for fuck's sake.
Well, the thing is, how can I be offended when I call my lifestyle the heart attack diet? You know, the idea is to have a heart attack and drop dead. That was my whole thing in the beginning. I didn't want to live and be sick and weak and just existing. I'd rather just drop dead and get it over with.
Yeah. So I'm still reading through this and trying to find like some stuff. I did see a question come up. There we go. Jonathan, how did you come up with a screen name? It's called Carnivore Muscle. I wanted to make sure my channel was seen as a carnivore channel. And before it was composition consultant. I think people may have got confused with that sometimes, and if they tried to Google it, it wouldn't really come up. It's too long of a name, a bit too much alliteration. I thought, well, I'm a carnivore. I was like, I was thinking, like, what represents me as a person? I was like, I don't know. I was like, carnivore nutritionist? No, it's too generic. I don't know. Carnivore coach? Nah, it's probably like 1 million carnivore coaches online. It's too, it's not niche at all. Carnivore bodybuilder? No, because that kind of limits me to only people that bodybuild specifically. I was like, well, if I'm a carnivore muscle, at least it encompasses a bit of fitness as well, like general lifestyle sort of stuff, just being fit and active and strong, lean. So yeah, that's pretty much how I come out of it. I think it's like the third thing I come up with, and it seems to have worked all right. Rick, why did you come up with your name? Obviously, I know why, but like, what's the story behind saying this is my channel name?
When I started on YouTube back in 2007, I had 2 channels. One of them was to expose scammers, especially energy scams. So I called it Free Energy Scams. And the other one was about my hobbies. So I called it Charger Mopar, because my favorite car, which I have several, are 1969 and 1970 Dodge Chargers. And I was going to make videos on how do, repairs and body work and engine rebuilding and all that. So I called it Charger Mopar. When YouTube deleted both of my channels, the other channel disappeared forever, and this one came back with a couple of videos left, and then it just sat dormant. So I just left it as Charger Mopar. I never talked about my diet at all. I had no idea that eating what I ate would actually become a trend. I thought it was just me. I thought I was the only one on the heart attack diet, and I didn't care. I figured as long as I felt good, I'd keep eating the same way. But that's where the name came from.
Yeah, sensible. Yeah, I mean, I find you quite easily. There was one point where I struggled with that. I typed in like Charger Mopar Rick, and it was like not having it. But what's better nowadays with AI and stuff? All the algorithms are a bit more sensible. If I typed in like 40-year carnivore or something, you'd probably come up. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna try and pin this if I can. Can I? Yeah. If anyone wants to join Rick on the chat right now, feel free. I'm going to hop off if you're scared of me. I don't know, but I'll be watching. And yeah, Rick's got the administrative control, so he can do whatever he likes to the stream. And thanks very much, everyone, for joining. I may pop on again later. I'm not sure. Yeah, have a good time. And cheers, Rick, for sharing this day with me on 1 year carnivore live stream with Rick Versary.
I appreciate it. You've been there since the beginning.
That's
and
it.
I believe your channel was the first one I was ever live on.
I believe it was. Yeah, I'll have to check the date on it, but you can always find it anywhere in the live streams. It's probably, I don't know. Yeah, we'll find it. All right. Take care. Cheers.
All right. Bye, Jonathan. Okay, so I hope everyone has appreciated that we had Jonathan on. This is the first time that anyone else has been live in video on Live at 8 with Rick. So now is your chance. If you want to join in, obviously you have the old phone for the old fashioned way, but if you want to join in personally and sort of talk about our little 1 year anniversary, I'm going to go ahead and start trying to catch up on some of the comments, which I've fallen back on quite a bit. So I'll go ahead and just sit back like I normally do. Let me see what comments we have here, and I'm going to start zipping through them. Okay, so we have comments between each other. And John Beatty came here. I hope you're still here. Good morning, Rick, Jonathan, and all. Good morning, John Beatty. I'm glad that you dropped in. Let's see, Angela Mullins. Okay, so I'm going to just click every one of them like I normally do. Be careful of StreamYard clicks. I blocked any messing around with StreamYard. I blocked Amy messing around with Okay. Let's see. I feel like you can't overeat cheese. Well, it depends on the person. But some cheese tastes bad. Yes, there are some, like I hate Swiss cheese. All right. Stretch can. Okay, so let me see. All right. We'll go through this. I could never eat a pound of cheese a day. I could eat up to 8 ounces. I wouldn't eat more than that. I mean, I probably could if I had it, but I usually don't do that. I often eat a pound of cheese every day. I don't do cheese. Just tastes right. Gross. Okay. Up to 2 pounds and no problems at all. There's definitely a difference between what person can do and another. I think I spelled name wrong too. All right. Let's see. Bigger boobs, which I didn't need. Well, I think some guys would like to see that, but I'm not going to say it. I don't wait because I don't have a scale. I waited a few days ago. Doctor says I'm 63.5. Okay. Kilograms, I would assume. Yes. Weight. All right. I ate very little cheese, small piece every day. Okay, I think blood sugar. Well, maybe, but I know people on the carnivore diet that can't lose weight. My next coach, 100% will be carnivore muscle. Well, there you go. That was a comment that he found. I have a moderate tolerance for dairy. I can tolerate some cheese better than others. Goat cheese. I notice for some people, the fermented cheeses, they get problems because of histamine. Other people, like me, fermentation actually seems to help. Drink gallon of milk every day, most days. Wow, 20 years. Okay. I don't drink milk. I haven't drank since I was age 20. My doctors told me I lost a lot of weight. I gained on the scale, so maybe gaining muscle and bone. Well, that's good. You just have to look at the way you look. If you don't seem to be putting on fat, but you're gaining weight, you're probably gaining weight in the right places. Fancy cheese, try my fingers crossed. I've gained since going off thyroid meds. Well, there you go. And that is a medical issue. Let's see. That's great, dear. Out of you. All right. Christmas time. Yes, it is. I lose weight and eating dairy. Well, there you go, Annabelle. Is still losing weight and eating dairy. When I have consistent work, I tend to drop weight. Too much. Last time I went to the doctor's office, I was 2.2 lighter, which is too light. Well, that makes sense. Start doing a lot of activity. You will use up a lot of resources. I like Montgomery cheddar. I've never had that. I have to check into that. You have to pay attention to that. Okay. Can my stomach tolerate good cheese? That question was answered. My roofing company, a Christmas basket with cheese and sausages, was great. They put a new roof on my house this past summer. Had pretzels, and the grandkids will take care of it. Yeah. I got to redo my roof. Once I get the materials, I'll fix it. Isle of Mull is another good cheddar. I'll have to look that up too. I'm getting ready. Good Stilton for Christmas. That's another cheese that used to be pretty popular. My stomach can tolerate good. Okay, good. That was in reference to the other question. I never tried blue cheese. You can try it, but I don't like it. I love hearing the seagulls. What is the most expensive cheese? Probably that 10-year-old Parmigiano Reggiano that's like $50 a pound. There's several of them out there. But the thing is, the older doesn't make it better. There's a certain range. I think anything over 5 years tastes bad, but some people like it. Right across from them is Wisconsin. We get a lot of great cheese. And Wisconsin has a lot of dairies. That's one state that I want to visit. A lot of the YouTubers that I watch, they're in Wisconsin. And of course, in the carnivore community, you have the very famous Carrie Mann, who is also in Wisconsin. Local mall, retail job, see her in action selling women's clothes and accessories. First time in here, had a small cup of ice cream. Not the same anymore. Once you've been away from it, it's not going to taste good anymore. My English family are very hospitable and friendly people. Yes, well, some people definitely are. But like Jonathan was saying, English people in general tend to be reserved. Anything on 3 online panels is too crowded. That's true. That is true. But don't hesitate to join in this live if you wish. This is your chance. All right, let's see. Ice cream. All right. Yep. The weird color is primarily colorings, primarily annatto, but other franking chemicals too. Carnivore science, that's true. And that's one of the reasons I probably don't like it. I don't like food that red dye, food that's adulterated. I don't like that. And Maria Kelly, good morning, all. Well, good morning from Rick. American cheese is not even food. Yes, it's not even cheese, in my opinion. I think they call it a cheese product. And Escarby, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon. Glad that you are here. Would you say come in? Well, that's what we had the question. Click the link. There should be a link. Let me look on my page. I don't see the link on my page. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to paste it there. It should. Oh, there it is. Let me go ahead and whoops. I'm going to highlight it and it disappeared. Okay, what is going on here? There we go. Click and we will pin the message to my chat. And hopefully it will show up there. And it does. So if you wish to join in, you can feel free to join in at any time. Okay. Yep. I can eat some meat now. Okay. Goat or sheep cheeses. All right. In this diet, it's very important that a lot of us experiment because there are some things that some people can eat and other people can't. And there was actually yesterday, I don't know if you noticed, but Sean Baker, he did a live with the lady, I forget what her name is, and he mentioned that, and this is from Dr. Sean Baker, the author of the Carnivore book. He said that he believes that humans are not carnivores, but are actually omnivores because of the fact that people can live a long life eating generous amounts of plant material. And this is coming from Dr. Sean Baker, who nobody would say is not a carnivore because he obviously is. He thrives on the carnivore diet, but he always says this, and he said it from the first time I saw him, that not everybody has to be on the carnivore diet. For some people, it could be a lifetime diet, like this guy over here. But for other people, it could be a therapeutic diet, maybe for a year, 2, 3, 4 years. And once you heal, you might want to hit some fruits and vegetables. I don't believe that all fruits and vegetables are toxic to everybody. To me, I get sick from things like apples and peaches and pears and avocados and stuff like that. But I can eat plantains, I can eat mangoes, I can eat loquats. There's a lot of fruits that I can eat. I can eat almost any citrus fruit and I don't have a problem. But some of these other fruits make me very sick, especially apples. Apples are one of the worst. And avocados, I don't really get sick from avocados, but eating them, they kind of tingle my mouth and they make me throw up. So I don't eat avocados for that reason. But yet I grow them. I have friends that love avocados, and you probably see me with my rather large avocados that I give away, and they're very, very well received. But again, Annabella says, I rarely snack. I just crave meat. I never snack, and I eat meat. The chemical properties are actually closer to industrial lubricant. I don't know if that's the seed oils or the cheese, but I agree. Rick, I don't want to eat that. Mom, go to your room. Well, what I would do is open the window and chuck it outside and let the ducks eat it. Usually, by the time Mom came in, they wouldn't see it. North Dakota Carnivore Lance, good morning, Rick. Well, good morning, man. I'm glad to see you here. And let's see, what does the shirt say? Body by Bacon. That seems to be a real popular shirt. I like that. Okay, let's see. Comment wise. Most interesting cheese. Yeah, I think it's the saltiness people like. Pinch of salt on the tongue will stop you from eating something lame. Good advice. We call them plastic cheese. Yep, plastic cheese in Australia. That's what I like to call it too. I prefer the intermittent fasting during the day now. That's smart. If it works for you, it's smart. You're supposed to remove the outer clear skin before you cook with the Kraft singles. Yes, Gary, I think you are. Okay. Nutrition probably the same either way. That's right. Yeah, we got a good joke going there. He loves to make jokes. How's the weather? Okay, Balloon Bismarck once sent me a blizzard. Well, it may be a blizzard there, but it's tropical heat down here. 21 spiritual fasts with my church. I'll do OMAD and a 2-day fast. Okay, makes sense. Fasting is a tradition in some cultures. And loving your sardine fast updates, Lance. American cheese, and I'll buy the one that says cheese, not cheese food. The real cheese is sliced, but not individually wrapped. That's a good point. That's a good point. I never understood why you would wrap cheese. And besides, why do you even need this cheese sliced? You just buy a block of cheese, you use a little thing called a knife, you cut it. The cheese slices, in my opinion, are always too thin when I make my heart attack burger. So when I put my 8 slices of cheese, I like it about double the thickness of the regular slice. So we'll load that up with cheddar. We'll load it up with bacon. And if you don't know, Amy and I are going to be live tomorrow night at 7 Eastern Standard Time because Amy is going to make a delicious heart attack burger. And if you haven't had a heart attack burger, you don't know what you're missing. It's very similar to what the Heart Attack Grill calls a quadruple bypass burger, except that my burger uses no bread and it has higher calories. You're going to get a lot more fat. And from what I've heard, the Heart Attack Grill burger doesn't even taste good. It tastes kind of eh. But Rick's Heart Attack burger, top quality. It's like Heart Attack chicken. If you've ever had Rick's Heart Attack chicken, you know how good a heart attack can taste. Let's see. I read Bible footnotes that fasting is intended to deny the flesh what it wants. Okay. I don't deny myself a delicious meal unless I don't have one. So that's the way it works. If I've had the pleasure, the privilege of having food, I'm going to eat the food. No sense to let the food go to waste. Go ahead and eat it and enjoy it. Oh, Larry's here. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. I'm not sure what time you came in. Let me see. Where's the timestamp on this? Oh, let's see. Oh, wow. That's like almost an hour ago. It's 9:05. I am so far behind. It is incredible. Okay, let me just start. Let me shift into overdrive here. And let's see. We got this one. And we got that one. And that one. Avocado oil is very heat stable. Okay. I would rather use lard myself. Lard is very heat stable. Rode their dinosaurs to work. I eat garbage food. So okay. Yeah, that might be what the color is, but I don't understand it. I just ate 2 boiled Hebrew National hot dogs with cottage cheese. That sounds like a simple carnivore meal. I don't know how you guys can tolerate that coldness. I'm freezing at 40 degrees. Well, if you're here in Florida, you never have to worry because it never gets cold here. I would assume that if you're in a cold climate, if you would stay indoors, you wouldn't be cold, but I could be wrong. Body makes fat from carbs. Yes, it does. Just look at everybody around this country. They're all quite overweight. They've gotten rid of the 4-legged cattle, and they built apartment buildings full of 2-legged cattle. That's quite a downgrade. I hear the goat, sheep, cheese, or healthy cow cheese tolerable to the gut. I think a lot of it is just that the goats and sheep eat a lot more natural feed, and the cows, they tend to artificially fatten them up. That may be part of it. Might have more inflammation. I'm not sure. Guy selling my ice cream remembers me from a year ago. He's still doing the high protein and fat. He won't remember again. Okay. I don't like cold at all. All right. Let's see if we can catch up here. Oh, wow. My daughter was rushed to the hospital. Dr. Kiltz helped us with her next follow-up steps and diet changes. Finally, she's willing to comply. All right. Fatty homemade beet broth fasting. Well, that's great, Juliet. I hope maybe your daughter will learn from you. I could never get my parents to learn from me, but hey, I thought I was on a fast track to a heart attack. I'm doing ADF in December. I ended a sardine fast this morning. I'm a non-eating day for ADF. Okay. I'm not sure what ADF is, all day fasting or whatever it is. I'm sure someone will mention it if you're still here. We have famous herbal cheese here. And I'm about 10 minutes after 9, so I'm still almost an hour behind. That is very unusual, but I'll get through it. You know me, I don't give up that easy. I just go through every one of them. All right. Ted is my service dog. Okay, so that wasn't Bart K's teddy bear. Last time I heart attack chicken came out chewy and squeaky. Oh boy. All right. Sardine fried in lard. You can eat the bones. Yes, you can. That's the beauty of it. You fry those small fish, the bones, they become edible as well. I pray your daughter will be better real soon. Yes. Squeaky. It's fatter than before. Gynecomastia. You know, and that's the other thing. One of the things that makes people extremely unattractive, if you're male and you have nipples that stick out and you look like you have breasts, that is absolutely unattractive. It'd be better to be a vegan that looks like they came out of a concentration camp than to have those silly things. And every time I see somebody with them, I'm like, oh, it's not good. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. She has colitis. 28 years old. They found full pelvic infection, bladder infection, ovarian cyst burst. Wow, Kitts is right. It's all tied together. Kitts recommended additional blood flow. Okay. And Dr. Kiltz has extensive experience in the reproductive field. So he has some interesting theories about how bacteria, yeast, and viruses cause these problems from a poor diet. And I'm beginning to think that he's right about that. Okay, so boil fried drumsticks. Oh, that's pretty basic. Let's see. I got a big red nose doing it. All right. Testing as she may need surgery. Okay. Went to heart attack chicken. I don't want a big pot of lard on my stove to strain. Fry my stuff in a skillet of bacon grease. Okay. You can do that, but it's going to have more fat all over your kitchen. Drink tea or coffee. Okay, he answered that question. She going through all that. All right. So we'll get these questions eventually. Dr. Kiltz, many women have female problems. 60, 70, 80%. Wow. That is not good. She's going through all of that, Julia. Okay. Yep. Give up the crap diet. Well, it's about time. I'm glad. Giving it up at 28 is better than giving it up at 58. Can't do a lot of exercise. I have a pain in my leg. All right. Okay. Percentage wise. Yeah. I take care. Okay. So that's when we're talking about Jonathan and his pain medications, which he doesn't have to take the maximum because he's on the less inflammatory carnivore diet. Plus, he has all the other biohacks, the light therapy, different position, keeping himself comfortable. It makes a big difference. Let me speak to my daughter. She's not going to listen to mom. Okay. Almost lost it. Oh. Diet, cutting out rice and increasing animal foods. Good start. Good start. I'm a freaking baby after being carnivore for 3 years. So rare that I get pain that I freak out anything. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens to me. Any little bit of pain, it's like, what happened? Boiled in water. That's for chicken eggs, not legs. That's sort of bacon fat. Okay. I hope it's not water. There you go. Annex for a healthy baby. Yes. All right. Let's see here. And your stream running. Okay, so that was answered. Jonathan's good about finding the questions. My brother didn't listen. Don't eat the yolk and sardines. The doctor gave him 7 pills. One of it is vitamin D. Yeah, and you're not eating the natural vitamin D. Okay, so we got that one. Yeah, Ovaltine was marketed to be a healthier option to Nestle Quick. It definitely had its own flavor. The thing that really scared me, they have an ad that someone had sent me, and it says Ovaltine to wake up gay in the morning. If you've never seen that ad, you could look it up on Google, and it's quite quite scary. I know that the word meant something different back then in the 40s or 50s, but it didn't age well. Didn't like the taste. Okay. And Ovaltine was interesting, like a form of granulated candy. I found it absolutely disgusting. It was terrible. Thinking of bed soon. Well, you're probably in bed by now. I was glad to have you here while you were here. My mom used to give us Ovaltine also. Oh, I hated that stuff. I think they still make it. Then again, I never look in the store. I always think of Jerry Seinfeld's jokes about Ovaltine. I might be one of the few people that almost never watched the Seinfeld show. As a kid, now I know better as a sugar bomb. Yeah, Milo. I don't know what Milo is. Let's see. Milk here. Smelly farts. A milk can give you the farts. And that was the one good thing about the plant-based diet. When I went plant-based for a few months, I could produce some really long and loud farts. And I've always loved fart gags. You have the little fart bag, you squeeze in your hand, it goes. If you do it right, it'll go. And you get into a room and you start squeezing the fart bag, and then people start looking around and they're like, ooh, what's that smell? But it's just a noise. There's no smell. Although they do sell a fart spray. And I remember one time I made a stink bomb. I threw a stink bomb in school, and I was squeezing the fart bag. It was going. Brrr. Now, I used to be able to fart in junior high all the time. I could store up a nice fart and then. So you got the noise and the stink factor. But by high school, I lost my ability to fart. I didn't know what it was. Now I know what it was. And I'm in there trying to make a fart, and I'm just, trying to load the fart. It won't load. And it's like, okay. But I eventually got a hold of that. They used to sell them at Kmart. They used to call them fart bags, or they called them pooter tooter, I think is what it was called. It's a rubber thing with a white cap on the end of it and a hole in it. You put it in your hand and you squeeze it, go. So I got good at using the pooter tooter, and then I used the stink bomb, and that worked really well. The funniest thing is you put a stink bomb in the elevator, one of the little glass ones, and just leave it on the floor. Well, eventually someone's going to step on it. And you put the stink bomb in the elevator on the bottom floor, and then you just sit there in the lobby of the office building or hotel, and then you wait until the elevator comes back down. So by the time the elevator has gone up and whatever, it comes back to the lobby, people are like, that, and oh, how disgusting. They're probably wondering, who cut a fart in this thing? I was a crazy kid. I don't know. I still think that stuff is extremely funny. Didn't dissolve in the milk as readily as Quick did. Yeah, it was kind of chunky, like the flavor of malted milk candy. Ugh, it was awful. I hated that stuff. But my mom was convinced that it was good for you, that chocolate's good for you. Do they still make Ovaltine? I believe they do. Now, I'm not too familiar with StreamYard, so I don't know how you do the browser. My OBS wouldn't connect. I had a little computer issue, but if I ever do it again, I'll definitely try to make it connect. 29 likes, 47 watching. Well, hopefully by now you would have done it. There's the link if you want to join in. And Jonathan also posted the link. So don't be afraid. Rick don't bite. Unless you're a duck and iguana, you're safe. All right. So we got, there we go. And disagreeing with John is risking. Yep. Like disagreeing with Mitch. That is very true. Any of you tried the Lardy cake? I don't even know what that is. I really don't. Where's the Milton? Well, Tom, Milton was here, but I think he's on the bed. And sadly, my DVR broke. Otherwise, and of course, I don't have my OBS set up, or I'd show you a Milton cam. So you could see, I can even put Milton in the corner, and show him falling asleep. But yeah, what can you do? He'll come eventually when he's hungry. How are you, Jojo? And let's see. Remember eating those instant breakfast bars? They were square. I'm sure there was not one healthy thing about them. Feel bad for feeding them to my kids. I don't remember what those were, but I don't believe anything that's called a bar is something I'd want to eat. Even that carnivore bar they gave away, that's been in my refrigerator. I haven't even tried to eat it. I had a sample at Hack Your Health. It was okay, but it was a little gritty. And the thing's so expensive, seems almost more like an appliance than a food. But I guess eventually I'll make a video. Milton is brooding on the floor nearby. No, Milton is on the bed. He's fallen asleep on the bed. And again, if I had my usual setup, I could probably show you. Maybe next week. Lardy cake. Yeah, I didn't know what that was. Okay, thinking the back of his favorite chair. Nope, he's not there. Milton is in the bedroom. He likes to take off when I'm doing a live stream for some reason. Is that an old famous cake made in lard? Okay. Coffee is my butter transport mechanism. Well, there you go. All right, baked biscuits with lard. Yes. Although they always used to advertise, Crisco makes my pie crust flaky. Nope. Lard is the one that was traditional. And Steadfast 2426. Good morning. Good morning from Rick. So let's see what else we got here. Good. Tired. How are you, Wendy? So we got some hellos. Okay. I wish flour wasn't as bad as we say it is. Flour has been around forever, and I miss gravy. Oh, I hate gravy. Ugh. I used to hate that stuff even when I was a kid. They gave me meat with gravy on it. I'd go to the kitchen and I'd wash it in the sink. What are you doing? I'm washing this vomit off of it. That's not vomit. That's gravy. Well, it looks like vomit, or it looks like something that came out of the other end of a duck. If you've ever seen duck. Right. Hopefully that is working again. I managed to pull the plug out of my mixer. That's what I get for trying to stretch out my feet. Bad idea. Okay, bye, Jonathan. There we go. Oh, so we are catching up. Every few weeks, I'll touch some pizza. Oh, but what I like is crispy. I got to make a video on Rick's pacemaker pizza. The only pizza that uses no flour and has chicken for a crust. In fact, someone that was nice enough to send me some goodies actually sent me some white meat chicken, which I haven't had for a long time. So I'm going to have to get my Vitamix out of the mothballs. And I'm definitely thinking I got plenty of eggs. I want to make a pacemaker pizza. I don't have any sausage for the pizza, but I have ground beef. In fact, thanks to my wonderful subscribers, I actually have all the ingredients. If we get any cool weather, I'm going to make a pacemaker pizza. I'm going to make it pan style in the cast iron pan. And I'm going to show you the way that you make a genuine Rick pacemaker pizza, which is the best and the absolute best pizza you've ever had. And unlike regular pizza, which gives me violent diarrhea, this pizza is just delicious, satisfying. And when you eat it, you're not going to be hungry 3 hours later because you crapped your pants on the bathroom. You're going to be satisfied for the rest of the day. You could have my pacemaker pizza for dinner and not eat until lunch the following day. It is absolutely delicious. Very nice. And they say Rick doesn't like pizza. Amazon Santa is bringing Milton's Christmas gift on Tuesday. Oh, well, that's good. And if you don't know, Tom Frugal Prepper also is a reason why I got my phone system fixed, and he helped me with my bicycle issue. And I'm still riding on those excellent bicycle tires, although I did get a flat last week from a staple of all things. I think when I went by the school to the dumpster, I got a staple in my tire. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. What is this? Device not connected. Up, here we go. Well, hello. There you are.
You're being rated.
There we go. Well, I'm glad to have you here.
You know, we've never spoke, and I think we got a delay.
Okay.
Echo.
Now you know how StreamYard is.
Yeah. So we've never spoken in person, but but I owe you for renaming Lame Norton.
I'm not the first one to do it. I think Barkay also calls him Lame Norton.
So so not an original, but that's okay.
I think the first time I called him, that was like 3 years ago, which was the first time I saw him. They had, and I don't remember what channel, I just turned on the computer. So you have this smug guy who obviously works out, and he's using his credentials to make himself seem like an authority and talking about how bad it is to eat, the carnivore diet. This was 3 years ago. And I'm thinking, man, I've been eating this diet most of my life. I'm still here. I don't have the arms that the guy's got, but hey, I'm still alive. I haven't dropped dead yet.
Is there something I can turn off to stop? Are you hearing that doubling up on your end?
No, there's just a big space.
Okay.
I haven't looked at my YouTube feed though. Let me see.
On your end?
No, there's just a big space.
Okay.
I haven't looked at my. Yeah, it seems to be normal on the YouTube end.
I don't use StreamYard.
I only use it when I'm invited. I don't have it. I normally do all mine from OBS, just straight through YouTube. Have you watched my videos?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm hearing like a big delay, so that's the reason I'm sitting here like staring off into space or whatever. But I want to know your I want to know your actual recipe videos for. Do you have on your channel the recipe to how to make your actual chicken and your other recipes?
I've actually demonstrated how to make it. I don't really have a recipe. I just have a pot with lard boiling in it, and then I drop the chicken in. I've had videos where I'm eating it, crunching away. So yeah, and it's been at least 2 or 3 years since I put the heart attack chicken videos. They've also been imitated. We had, I think the first one was JT, who was with Carrie, and then we had Carrie meeting, Meeting Wellness? What was her name? Christy, Meeting Wellness, and Carnivore's grandma. There's like several people that have created heart attack chicken as well. Amy, heart attack chicken is very popular.
I fixed the delay, so sorry about that. That was on my end. I'm challenged when it comes to streaming. So I use OBS as well. So StreamYard's very foreign to me. So I had like a setting. I was doubling up. That's interesting because the thing about chicken is that it tastes like cardboard to me. I absolutely detest it, but I do want to eat it sometimes. So if you have a better way of like making it, and I hear you reference it all the time. So definitely, if anybody has a video that's like just that I can go to see, because if you don't have like a dedicated video for how to make it or whatever, that would be interesting to see, because I'm always looking for new recipes.
Yeah. Again, there's several people that have made it. Now, a lot of them, they make it in the pan. I may be the only one that uses the pot method. Thomas, if you know Thomas Target Prime Rib, he actually burned his nose trying to do heart attack chicken. He had the pot, and I think it slipped out of his hand and dropped it in, splashed in his face. And yeah, there's several people that have made heart attack chicken.
Okay. All right. And then the burger thing I hadn't heard of, though. The burger thing I hadn't heard of that you just mentioned.
Yeah, the burger, I invented that back in the 80s, because the thing was, see, when I started Carnivore, I was in junior high. It was like 83. And I would think it was about the time I was just finishing high school, probably 86. And I've always had like 2 hamburgers. I'd have 2 separate burgers, and I didn't use it. I got rid of the bread a long time when I went carnivore. So I would just have the burgers, and then I'd put them on a plate, and I'd put mustard on them occasionally, and that was it. And then I'd stack them. So I make like a burger sandwich. So you have mustard and 2 burgers, or just sometimes 2 burgers. Sometimes I put bacon. I'd put cheese, definitely cheese, and that was it. And I thought, well, could I make this twice as unhealthy? Well, let's use 2 more patties. So 2 half-pound patties, another 2 half-pound patties, more bacon, more cheese. And then a friend of mine says, that doesn't even look like a burger. So I thought, how can I make a burger that looks like a burger but doesn't use any healthy grains? Because again, my dad always said you have to eat healthy whole grains, fruits and vegetables. So my idea was avoid the fruits and vegetables and avoid the healthy whole grains. So how can I make bread without grains? And I experimented. And basically I thought, well, I need something that's kind of spongy, and then I can put it together with eggs. And I looked around, I go, man, pork skins, because pork skins can be cooked up and fluff up.
Mm-hmm.
So you cut the skin, I'd cut it in a round piece and then fluff it up. And then I tried that and it worked pretty good, but they were kind of crunchy. Then I thought, let me take the pork skin pieces, mix it with eggs and make an omelet out of it. And then that's when the full heart attack burger came into existence. And that had to be like late 80s. Because I was still in college.
You were way before your time, because I'll tell you what, one of my favorite foods ever is made out of pork rinds, and it's a waffle. It's a Belgian waffle. You make it in a Belgian waffle maker. You put everything in a bullet, and it reminds me of what you're talking about. So you take the pork rinds, the eggs, it's like 6 eggs. You take a lot of butter. It's got a buttload of butter in it or whatever, and you mix it all up in the bullet blender, and you make it in a Belgian waffle maker. And that is like, and it sounds nasty, like a pork rind waffle, but my son came in, he's 23 and he eats crap diet. And so he comes in and he goes, "What smells good?" And I gave him a bite without telling him what it was. And after he ate it, he's like, "Well, it's really good. I'm surprised you're eating that." And I said, "Well, you want to know what's in it?" And he did not believe me. He didn't believe me. So I had to make it and show him. But yeah, I mean, it's like you get to eat. Well, waffle, to me, it tastes just like a waffle, and it's amazing. So I'm with you on the pork rinds, man. They're magical when it comes to making carnivore food. So that's the trip.
That's the thing. You know, I have occasionally eaten a regular burger with regular bread, and it's a disappointment. I bite into it. I take a few bites. I'm like, this doesn't taste right. And I'll chuck the bread. I'll eat the patties, and that's okay. And why you do that? I said, I don't like bread. Because, you should treat yourself. I'm like, if I was going to treat myself, I'd make a heart attack burger. But the thing is, every time that we've had a barbecue, I've had friends tell me I'm going to take the heart attack challenge, because the heart attack challenge is if you can't finish your burger, you got to clean the grill, you got to wash the dishes, you got to do all that. So I'm going to take the heart attack challenge. So I make the 4-patty heart attack burger, which is a monster. And because my friends like standard burgers, I will include lettuce. I will include tomato, because I got all that stuff around. I mean, it grows in the garden anyway. And I said, look, I don't have a problem. If you want to eat some crunchy water and you want to eat, a red fruit, be my guest. It doesn't bother me. I can eat that stuff too. It doesn't bother me. I've had a heart attack burger with lettuce in it. But again, I start biting. It's like, what is this in here? Throw it out, because I don't see, it doesn't add to the burger. It's just like I'm putting filler in there because it makes it look bigger. When you put the lettuce and tomatoes, it gets taller. But when it's a real heart attack burger, it's like this. And it's just solid meat. But it's so good. And as you eat it, it's loaded with fat. It's just absolutely good. And unlike regular buns that like to come apart, as you know, if you're making those waffles, they're more durable than the regular waffles.
Yep. So, yeah. Have you ever done the waffles with the pork rinds before?
I know, because I always hated waffles. So I don't know. I mean, I always associate waffles with syrup, which makes me vomit. That syrup that they put on the waffles, the taste is so bad. I get like queasy and I'll throw up. And I used to do that as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm adverse to sweet things, except for certain fruits. For example, I can eat a watermelon. Doesn't bother me. However, if I eat the watermelon from the store with no seeds in it, I get a terrible burning, like when I try to swallow, it wants to come up. It's terrible. But when I grew watermelons from my parents, the long ones that are loaded with seeds, I can eat half of that thing. It doesn't bother me one bit. I don't know what it does to my blood sugar, but I feel fine.
Well, that goes back to what you were saying about Sean Baker talking about we're being omnivores and all that kind of stuff. If you look historically, and all plants are like clones now, that what they've done to the produce has a lot to do with why we're not able to eat it anymore. So, if you look at the genetically modified organisms and all that kind of stuff, it's doing a lot of things that they don't even understand. But just like you're saying, if you can eat a watermelon that was grown way back or whatever, like you're saying when you were younger, and you can't eat one now, and it's like one of the seedless varieties, there's a reason for that. There's a scientific reason for why that is. And that's why I think that, we're capable of eating a lot of stuff. But now when you look at the produce now and you look at previously, it is not the same thing. Like the grains, everything is completely different than it used to be, But people kind of think of it, they think of it like, well, when I was growing up, I ate this and that and the other thing. And it's like, yeah, but it's not the same thing necessarily because of what they've done to it. especially Monsanto and all that.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like when I was a kid, I could always eat popcorn. And as I got older, I couldn't. Like now, if I try to eat regular popcorn, it makes me feel sick. It's same thing. You get that nauseous feeling because I've had people give me popcorn. I start eating it. I lose interest. Even with the good stuff, I lose interest. But within 2 or 3 handfuls, I'm starting to feel dizzy. Like, I don't feel so good. Or Rick, you're getting sick.
Yeah.
They look at me, you're getting sick, and I'll throw it all up.
Mm.
It's like, what is that? So my mom used to love popcorn, but she ate that stupid microwave stuff that I can't eat. And my mom was one of those people, she wouldn't eat if you didn't eat with her. So I couldn't eat that crap. So what I did, I got a hold of some regular popcorn seeds, the ones that they sell, the Heritage, and I planted it. And I had them in my garden. I had several corn plants. I'm out there picking the bugs, but I had all my ducks. So I trained them to eat the bugs. And it finally grew heads of corn. So then I had to scrape it off. And then I have an old popcorn machine that I use when we have our friends get-togethers. And it works. It has the pot. You put the coconut oil, whatever. Well, I thought to myself, I don't want to use popcorn oil because that stuff doesn't agree with me. What else could I use? I could get lard and butter. And that's what I did. I put chunks of lard in there, a stick of butter, threw the popcorn in there, flipped the switch on, things heating up and rotating around, poppity, poppity, pop, pops everything, unlike the microwave popcorn where half of it's burnt at the bottom.
Yeah.
It pops
That's
up.
true.
And I gave it to my mom. And she says, I love this popcorn. Where'd you get it from? I said, Mom, I made it. You made it? Because she didn't trust anything. She thought I was probably cutting an iguana in half and popping the skin. It's like, no, this is good popcorn. I said, yeah. It's buttery. It's delicious. And I let her put the salt because a lot of times she's just too salty. And I ate some of it. I don't really like popcorn, but I ate like 3 handfuls of it. And I was expecting the sickness. And I'm talking to my mom. I'm thinking, I don't feel sick. What is going on here? How can this be? And sure enough, I ate dinner. I felt fine. I thought, this doesn't make sense. So the next time Mom wanted popcorn, I did the same thing. And I ate 3 handfuls of it, didn't get sick. So I'm thinking it's either the corn, the glyphosate, because that stuff reacts badly to me. I'm so allergic to it. I had a neighbor spraying it one time. I walked outside. I was watering my plants. The wind blew from their yard. My eyes started to water and I started sneezing uncontrollably. Sneeze and sneeze and sneeze. Like, what is going on? I must be getting sick. I went in the house. I was like dizzy. And then I got better. I went back outside. I was fine. Wind changed direction. Bam, got it again. Same thing by the canal. When I go hunting for duck eggs, they spray that herbicide. It gets in the air. I start sneezing. And it was the same thing. I thought, well, maybe it's the glyphosate they spray because, as you know, they have all that corn. First of all, they have the BT corn, which produces its own insecticide. And then they have the Roundup Ready corn. And they spray that with glyphosate.
Yep.
And that stuff is just bad.
Yeah, and the thing is like I was a chemist for years or whatever, and all the other things, like, so you have glyphosates, which are the villain they're the worst, right? One of the worst. And then you have all the other stuff, like
2,4-D.
yeah, you have tons of other chemicals that they're using. It's kind of like if you go, and this is not like a pesticide, but if you look at strawberry flavoring, like natural flavors, which are not natural, it's like the eye of Sauron or some crap. So you have natural flavors, right? And those natural flavors may be a combination of 100 different chemicals to mimic the flavor of a strawberry, and one of the things that was amazing is I think it was like a beaver's anal gland, like there's something that came out of that was used for, I think, vanilla. Yeah, castoreum. Yeah, I did a video on it a long time ago, but it's like, oh my God, and it's like, well, it's not used so often now. They didn't say ever. And it's like, oh, good God, who figured that one out? Who actually went, hey, like, what was the scenario where you figured out that a beaver was excreting something out of its butt that tasted like vanilla? I want to know. I want that story. That's the one I want. I want to hear that story. It's like, that's crazy.
That's true. It makes you wonder sometimes. There was another thing called bird poop soup or something like that. People were cooking bird poop. Who in the world came up with that idea?
That and bat. What is the coffee that's made in bat
Well, there's one by an
Poop or
animal called the
something.
civet. There's an animal called the civet, and they collect the poop and they get the coffee seeds out of that.
Oh God.
CIVET, I think, is the animal name.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. That's just like again, how'd they figure that one out? I gotta know because those are the
Mhm.
stories. Somebody needs to publish a book of all of the the background of how they figured this stuff out. It's
Well,
crazy.
I have a lot of folk knowledge. In fact, I was one of the early people that heard the story about the palmetto berries being good for sexual health because some
Oh,
of the native people, the Indians, back in the 80s, told me about that. And I thought that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And then a few years later, people started talking about that. Now it's a whole industry. They go out
mm,
there and collect saw palmetto berries and, you
wow.
know,
Okay. Yeah.
but those things
Yeah,
taste
that's
really
true.
nasty.
Yeah, because I remember when I was in seems like that was one of the supplements that we made back when I was in nutritional supplements. Um, but I know I didn't know that much about it. I didn't really research on that one, but I did not know. But what's funny is you're in South Florida.
Hmm.
Yeah. I lived in Tampa. I kind of consider it home. I really miss like living in Tampa. I lived in Tampa for like 12 years. And I really, really miss like every time I watch you, you're talking about the weather and everything, and I'm like, oh, because now I'm in South Carolina. And I just remember Thanksgiving, being on the beach and all that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of natural stuff that you can get in Florida. Oh, look. Sunshiny day. I miss it. And all of the foliage too, because everything's beautiful and green 24/7. I think that honestly affects your mood because here all the grass dies and becomes yellow. I forgot what kind of grass it is, but like you don't have to cut it, which is good. But everything's dead, so you drive around. And then it's South Carolina, so you don't get snow. If you got snow, you'd have some kind of something to look at, but it's
Hmm.
just all dead and like nasty or whatever. But every time I watch your stream, you talk about the weather and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I miss Tampa.
That's
But
true. But I got a friend that moved from Miami about 25 years ago to Minnesota, but he has money. So they built a greenhouse. They have a very large greenhouse,
uh,
which is about as big as my whole yard. And they've got coconuts in there and oranges and all kinds of
mm,
stuff. He's a carnivore also, but he grows a lot of plants. And I think
mm,
it was funny because the neighbor over there has Muscovy ducks, which are kind of wild here. And
yeah,
evidently, even up north, people raise them for the
mm,
eggs and the meat. So,
yeah,
but he says, oh, he goes out in the morning, goes into the greenhouse, which is on the back of the house, and he feels just like he's in Florida. Outside the window, it's all
mm,
snow. Sometimes you
mhm,
have snow drifts blowing against the greenhouse, but
mhm.
when you're in there, it feels like Florida.
Yeah, snow is cool. I wish it would snow more here, but it doesn't. And a lot of times, like in wintertime, it's annoying because we have Goldilocks weather. So it'll be like 70 degrees one day in December, and it'll be like 16 the next. It's ridiculous. So it's a psychotic weather pattern. And then
Right.
you don't get any snow. When it is cold, you're not getting snow. You're gonna get some freezing rain or something. So
Hmm.
occasionally we'll get snow, but I remember my kids were little, like we were able to sled. We got like a deep snow, but that was like forever ago, and we hadn't had nothing since. So, but
Hmm.
yeah. Oh, and I put the comment there that I'm digging the encyclopedias. Is that what that is?
Yep.
That's what I thought. I remember that from when I was a kid. Oh my God, that's amazing. That was back in the day. So I'm a year older than you. Oh, Franken Wagnalls. That's perfect. I remember when I was a kid, like that was the only thing that we had. And
Hmm.
I was talking about how now a lot of people there's no need to really go to school anymore, like to go to college because
Right.
because information's increased. Like it's everywhere. Anybody can get any kind of answer they want. They can learn just about anything they want. I got like 4 degrees because the only way to get information really outside of the library, I did go to the library a lot, but I went to college and just kept going to college because I love learning stuff. But now it's like people are able to get all the information they want. But back in the day, that's funny, looking at those encyclopedias. I remember our set at home and they were all worn out because I was always like looking at stuff.
Hmm.
But and then
I
going to the
have
library was harder because it's like you have you're trying to find things, and it was difficult because there's so many different publications. But
I have a lot of books around the house, and I have World Book Encyclopedia. I have Encyclopedia Britannica. I got a bunch of them. They're still there from when I was a kid.
Mhm.
We never got rid of them.
They got to be they're probably worth quite a lot, I would think, like as far as books go, or they will be at one point, That's good to keep hold of all that kind of stuff,
Well,
Only thing that doesn't count is VHS tapes. Those never should have existed in the first place.
I got plenty of those.
Yeah. That's the only thing media I hated was VHS tapes. Those always got like ruined easily, or they got eaten by the VCR. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That is so cool.
Got to keep them in air conditioning or they go bad.
Yeah. That's true. Well, those look good.
Yeah, I got VCR players, I got CD players, I got reel-to-reel, 8-track, cassette, got all the old media here.
You like the retro stuff, huh?
Well, I do, and I have a rotary phone. If you've seen, I mean, you can,
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep. That is so neat, actually. And a lot of that stuff, what's funny is that over time it comes back into fashion because they were selling the rotary phones like not that long ago, like in recent times.
So you can even put them on hold. You got the light that flashes.
Yeah, that's the trip. And you can fix probably just about everything.
Oh yeah,
Everything it's like cars. Modern cars, you can't really do a lot to because they're so computerized. But if you have an older car, if we have an EMP, like you're set because you'll be able to drive it. But if anything happens, like you're going to be screwed. I think everybody is going to be screwed. Honestly, if anything like that happens, it's like, and me especially, like I'm a technophile, like big time technophile. So I have a problem. Like I need a support group for all of the electronics that I have, which is bordering on the ridiculous. But if anything were to happen, like we can't do anything much anymore in the modern world. Like I don't know how to shoot a deer and like skin it. It's like, and if you're a carnivore, it's like, well, I could never eat any of these beans. Like if I have like emergency supplies or whatever in case anything happened, like hurricane. Well, living in Florida, it's like with hurricanes and you don't want to have to go to the store. Like there's certain things you just always keep in stock that are non-perishable. And I'm like, well, I can't eat any of this crap. If I eat a bean, I would like me personally, I can't eat anything but like, meats and stuff and animal products, cheeses and whatnot.
I can't eat any seeds. All seeds are toxic to me.
And I'm like, what would we do? It's like, and I don't know, hunting and fishing and all that kind of stuff. It's like, not up on all of that. So I was talking to my son and he was wanting to learn how to, hunt deer and dress it and all. He was getting into guns and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't know if it'd be a good skill to learn, but I just can't see you being able to, kill an animal, because that's the one thing about the vegans. Like they talk about being good to animals. And because I love taking shots at vegans. Like that's a favorite pastime of mine is like ragging on vegans. In good humor, not like evil, but except for Vegan Bob, I do torture him on a regular basis. But, the thing about vegans saying about being kind to animals or whatever, it's like, I do have to say when that's brought up, it's like, well, if I had to go shoot my food, I'd have a problem with it. I would do it, to survive, obviously, but I would have a problem with doing that. It's not super easy, but
well, I mean, I've caught a lot of, you've seen me catch and cook iguanas and ducks and whatever else. Like I cooked squirrel. We go to my friend's place where they raise avocados and shoot a bunch of squirrels and skin them and cook them. I've had squab, which is baby pigeon. Those things are a pest. And basically I tell everyone there's a choice. If you're going to have animals, you got to control the population. Now with our pets, we can get them fixed. We can get our cats and dogs fixed so they don't reproduce. But in the wild, animals reproduce regularly. And whenever they get a lot of food, they reproduce a lot. Well, what happens when the food runs out? Well, they starve to death.
And they suffer.
Right. They starve to death. So now, if you're let's say you're a wild ruminant of some kind, you have basically 3 choices. 1, you get eaten by a predator. 2, you die of some kind of disease or accident, or 3, you die of old age. So sooner or later, you won't be around anymore. If you're on a farm, let's say you're on a dairy farm or on a cattle farm that raises meat, well, your life's going to be a lot different because you don't have to look for food. Your chance of getting eaten by a predator is almost 0. because the farmer or rancher is going to be there to get rid of the predators. So basically, you're going to reproduce, you're going to grow up to a certain size, and then one day you won't be there anymore. It's going to be lights out, and you're going to be cut up in pieces and used for furniture, clothing, food, fertilizer, whatever. Meanwhile, other ones they're starting off over. So you're going to have this constant cycle of animals. Now, in the wild, when you have the right amount of predators, all your animals are young and healthy. Disease can't really spread because any animal that gets sick is going to get eaten. So when you have a population, and this is what happens a lot of times, they get rid of the predators. You get rid of all the predators. It's like the deer. Next thing you know, you have zombie deer going around because they get a disease. Then one spreads it to the other, and they mate with this one. And this is the problem. So I've argued with my vegan friends. I said, if you got rid of the predators, you're going to destroy all the animals because they're going to be diminished in size. They're going to starve. They're going to get disease. They're going to have a really bad life. They're going to die anyway. So what would you rather be, the animal on the farm that gets a quick end, or the animal on the prairie that's going to be eaten alive by predators? Or if there's no predators, you're going to go and run out of food and die of starvation or disease.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's a perfect point, because a lot of people don't understand the reality of nature, and that's what's been lost, I think, is that because we get everything in a grocery store and everything is so done for us, in modern convenience, people have forgotten that we are the predators, and we're if you look at it, they're like, well, there's no way, if you actually wanted everybody to eat meat and that was a healthy way to be, there's no way to actually do that. And I'm like, well, there would be if we were acting as the predators again. Like, we're not in the wild as the predator, you know what I'm saying? So, and if you have, like what you're saying, the balance is really important of how all that works, and it's the cycle of life and it's reality. So, regardless of but now we're just so soft, the modern convenience has really just ruined us. Like, I was looking at just as something simple as like little coffee pods. I drink coffee and tea, which, I shouldn't because of the oxalates. It's not that good for me. Doesn't bother me, but doesn't mean it's not doing the damage. So, but
I think the oxalate thing is overrated. I know people that have drank coffee into their 90s. Because think about it, heat destroys oxalates.
Yeah,
you're heating
it does.
and filtering it.
It does. And the one thing though with those little coffee pods that I was going to talk about, because I don't, it doesn't bother me to drink coffee and tea really. But one of the things I was doing is I was using those little pods, right? That's all about convenience. You just pop the pod in. I mean, and I was looking at it, and I know when you're looking at these plastics on autopsy, like they're finding like tons of microplastics in the clots and in the blockages and things like that. And that is so just bad. And again, that goes back to modern convenience, everything being packaged. And those little pods are one of the worst for actually causing the microplastic deposits. So, but this is how my daughter-in-law stopped drinking coffee because I stopped buying the pods. What I did is I got a stainless steel K-cup holder, and I just put the coffee in the K-cup. It only takes think about that. It takes just a second, right? She stopped drinking coffee because it was too much trouble. And I'm like, wow, and honestly, I have done things so lazy. Like when it comes to modernized like convenience, I actually would want to watch. I have DVD, like Blu-rays, and I have a DVD player. And instead of going to search for a DVD, because of time, it's mainly with me, it's not laziness, but it's time. It's like I didn't have time to do it, so I bought the stupid movie on Amazon so that I can actually just watch it. That's how convenience ruins us. You know what I mean? And it wasn't much, but it was like that was just stupid. And I'm like, oh my God, we're doing things like this is destroying us. It's like being sedentary because of all the conveniences. And like you were saying earlier about sitting in front of a computer all day long, because a lot of, I have to do a lot of editing, and you do too, and you do a lot of computer work. It's like you're not supposed to sit in one spot forever. You need to actually be active. You don't have to go, on a treadmill for 3 miles every day or something like that, but you have to move, or you go downhill fast, but that's all about the modern world. It's just changed so much,
Well, you can see, like when I'm doing a live stream, I'm constantly moving around, even though I'm sitting here on the couch. My leg may be in this position, it may be in that position. I'm always changing position. And when it comes to convenience, my mom loved her coffee. But the thing is, when I moved back here, my mom was getting instant coffee and non-dairy creamer.
Ooh,
And
ooh,
I was like,
ooh.
no, I don't like this. So I thought, what would it take to get a better coffee? Because I was thinking this stuff is sent from thousands of miles away. Who knows how much mold and mildew and all this stuff's in the coffee? So I looked into it. I thought, how hard would it be to grow coffee and to make
Huh.
your own coffee? And I found out a friend of mine that has a nursery, they have coffee plants available, no problem. So I planted coffee in the yard. I have a lot of trees, so it was a perfect place for coffee. Coffee likes partial shade, and I started growing it. And I was picking the coffee cherries and cutting them open. And the actual outside is edible. A lot of people don't know that. And I was giving it to the ducks. The ducks love it because if you think about it, you have that civet that was eating coffee berries. The seeds go right through. They don't digest them because raw coffee seeds are toxic. So that's the reason why coffee has to be roasted to get rid of the toxins. And then, of course, it's ground and filtered. So what I started doing, I went ahead, I grew it. It took like a year before I had a regular crop. And I started mixing that in with regular coffee. I got one of those little, from a yard sale, Starbucks barista little mini coffee maker that makes espresso out of it. And then you can make a milk cappuccino, whatever. So I figured out how to do that. Then I started putting real cream in. Yeah, I put real cream in the coffee. So my mom, of course, she didn't know the difference. She started saying, I love this coffee. What kind of coffee is it? Well, and I walk in there with a bag of basically coffee seeds that haven't been ground. And I walked in with a bucket full of cherries. I said, this is how I got your coffee. What is that? Those red berries? I said, those are coffee cherries. So I take the seeds out of the coffee cherries. I give the cherry to the ducks and then put in there. Mom also liked her coffee sweet, but she didn't want sugar, so we used stevia. And I'm looking at it, it's like, this has sugar in it. It says maltodextrin. Like, okay. So what I did, I came up with a Rick plan. I took the coffee cherries on the outside and I mashed them up and I put them in with the coffee grinds in the filter and then filtered it through there. And that sweetened the coffee and it increased the flavor.
Wow, I did not know that. That's amazing, actually. Yeah, what do you think about stevia? Bringing up stevia, like you got to write that. You got to publish that. Like that's amazing, the whole coffee thing. Because I didn't know that. What we used to do. I was big into coffee like years ago when I was living in Tampa. We used to get coffee shipped in from the port of like it would come in through the port of Tampa and different from all over the world, and we would roast them ourselves. We did some of that. We didn't grow it, but it's like we roast the beans ourselves, and we did it with an old 80s like popcorn popper, which a lot of people don't know that that's the way. And a lot of the people who are in the coffee space who are big into like, fancy coffees and all that kind of stuff. Cause we had a La Pavoni espresso machine, which that freaking thing was like $1,000. It's ridiculous. But I mean, it's supposed to be one of the best or whatever. And we would get the beans, we would roast them every morning. And, we would make grind it or whatever. And, when you have freshly roasted coffee, it's a whole different world. You get really snooty about your coffee. To go back to, regular coffee or whatever, it's hard to do. But what is your thoughts on stevia though? Like, because I found out, what is one of the most egregious things that I've ever seen is if you look at people who want to consume stevia instead of sugar, and I do eat stevia, but when you go to the store and you just buy it and it has stevia on the front of it, it's got so many fillers. It's like cocaine in the 80s. It's like, oh my God, what is in this? You've got maltodextrin and all kinds of crap in there. And it's going to spike your blood sugar. And it's going to hurt people who are trying to diet too. Like, they're trying to stay away from sugar for health reasons. And I started ordering it from a different company that just sells basically the extract purified. Like it's expensive. But it's like you have to spend a lot of money to get like the purified, just exactly what you're trying to get. But if you go to Walmart, you can get it for like $5, a giant 10-pound bag of the crap, but it's garbage. It's not really just stevia. So I don't like the fact that I still eat stevia. And I want to eventually get rid of it. But like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. But I really, everything I've looked at, I don't see that it's necessary. I don't see any evidence that it's harmful. But again, it's like, a lot of these things over time, we don't know what it'll do, as far as plants go. And there are a lot of toxins, plants actually cause problems for me, a lot of plants, but this one doesn't in the immediate. But I was just wondering what your thoughts are on stevia.
Well, from what I know, it's made from leaves of a tree. And I've always found leaves to be sort of problematic for me. The only exception is fermented leaves. I used to grow cabbage for the ducks, and I don't really do that excuse me. I grow cabbage for the ducks because it attracted insects, the little cabbage worms. So the ducks, they would always have something delicious to eat. Well, it was funny because as the ducks ate more and more of it, the cabbage grew stronger and stronger. It's like, what am I going to do with all this stuff? So I started fermenting it to make sauerkraut, which I still do to this day. When it comes to stevia leaves, it's like bay leaves. A lot of people use bay leaves as a flavoring, but bay leaves are toxic. And I do believe that there are some toxins, I don't know if it's saponins or tannins or whatever, that's in the stevia leaves. Now, the extract obviously would remove those toxins. So I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea because stevia is a processed food. So we don't know.
Yeah. And the thing is that's what, if you can get, it's kind of like another thing that I do is MCT oil, which is a medium chain triglyceride, but it is only the C8 fraction. So when you're talking about processed food, mechanically processing something so that you're taking some component out, I don't view that as the same as processed food. Like it's a granola bar and it's got, it's processed. It's got, milled oats and crap in it and, corn syrup. Like that's a different type of processed food. Now, mechanically processing food, okay, as a chemist, that would be removing like a beneficial component out and, isolating it. Right. So, and the thing with MCT oil, like they literally don't want me to actually do MCT oil at work because I've got a lot of energy on Carnivore. I get psychopathic energy when I do MCT oil. I mean, because my ketones shoot up to the ceiling. And a lot of people are like, well, you wouldn't know the difference if you have a 5 ketone and you have a 2 ketone. I'm like, yes, you do. At least I do. I know in my personal experience, I can feel it when my ketones are rising, and it's just like a Superman type of thing. It's amazing. So but it's only the C8 fraction. And so when you actually consume the MCT oil, which is a fraction of, it's coming from coconut oil, but they're actually just isolating that 8-chain molecule. It's like it's immediately absorbed. It does not have to be broken down. So that's the reason you get like a jacked up energy from it. But when I look at that, like in nature, you see these things that we're pulling out mechanically and we're isolating. I think that can be problematic because, again, in nature, you wouldn't have this concentrated like compound. So you need to not overdo it. But at the same time, it's not the same as a processed food where you've got a pile of garbage that you're making into a bar, So it's kind of a thing. But I don't get bent. A lot of people get bent out of shape. They're like, you're not carnivore if that's coconut oil, and they're going to take my card away or whatever. It's like, look, it's like you do what you can and you make each day, you try to make, you move forward with getting away from things and vices. But I mean, I cured all my medical conditions and they hadn't returned. So it's great.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like coconut oil, for example, I've used coconut oil. In fact, I put it in my soaps that I make. I walk outside. There's plenty of coconuts out there. All you have to do is scoop out the coconut meat, mash it up, put it in the refrigerator and let the oil float to the top as a fat. And you got coconut oil. It's that simple. And also lard has a lot of what do they call that? Monounsaturated or monounsaturated. They always talk about how good it is. Well, there's more of it in lard than there would be in like avocado oil. If you look it up, you can see. So everyone has these ideas. Now, when it comes to stevia, I've actually grown the plant and I've tried to extract it, and it didn't taste anything like what came from the store. So I thought, why bother with this? What is the point? And when I discovered that coffee cherries had the sweet taste my mom liked, why do I need the stevia anymore? I don't need it. In fact, I had a bag of it that I gave to a friend of mine because I was going to throw it away. Oh, don't throw that away. So he used that because he's diabetic. And I guess it kind of helps him. But I look, it says, look, I think it said it had maltodextrin. It's like there's sugar in there. So
Yeah.
what's the point?
Yeah. And I want to get away from anything sweet. Like I strive to be like, how you're saying you don't want to eat anything that has a sweet taste. I want to actually move to that. It is difficult though. It's very difficult because of mainly ritual, I think, because I never eat sugar. The only thing I do is I put stevia in coffee and tea, and it's that purified kind. It's not the, it's the extract or whatever, but I just don't like the idea that I'm doing I want to see what life is like without any kind of sweet anything, so but I didn't know about the coffee cherries. Like that would be interesting. Do they sell that as a product? I wonder if they do anything with the actual outside of the
problem is it goes bad very quickly. Those cherries are only good for maybe a day or two, and then they begin to decompose. So it's like that. One of the reasons that coffee was always expensive is because it had to be picked by hand. The berries grow along the stem, so you have to constantly pick these cherries. It's not like a season where they all are ripe at once and you shake it off the tree. So they have to pick them. But no, it's one of those things. I put them in the refrigerator, and then that way I can split them open. So while you're roasting the seeds of the coffee, you'll do that for the next couple days coffee or next week or whatever. Then you pick the cherries fresh. So you have to go when you're making the coffee, you go ahead and pick the cherries, cut the outside off, and then you mash it and put it in with the coffee grounds. You put the water in there and then turn on your espresso machine and let it extract it. And then from there, you can add the cream, you stir it up. And my mom, she used to love it. I mean, my mom, like I said, she was eating instant coffee, drinking instant coffee or whatever they do with it. And it was like, okay, it's fine. But
like Sanka?
Yes, Sanka, or what was the other one?
Nescafe.
Nescafe, yes.
Yeah, my mother used to do the same thing, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, and that was when I was younger and I wasn't carnivore, nothing, but I was like, oh my God, this is this crime against nature. You know what I mean? They were
Maxwell
like little dehydrated. Yeah. That was
they used to have that thing taste like fresh perk. Do 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 do.
That's so funny. And it's like it was dehydrated little crystalline things. And do they even sell instant coffee still?
Yes, they do.
That's disgusting.
You can buy it at the store. In fact, they got a cheap version. I think it's called Col Cafe, COL Cafe. That's what my mom was using. Comes in a little glass jar. And I was like instant coffee, and again, I hate coffee. I can't stand it. But I'm thinking to myself, why would anyone want to drink this? It just looks like dirt. You put it in there and you stir it around. And I'm like, no. So we upgraded it, and it really made
weird. It is weird, like when you think about what coffee tastes like because we hate it when we're younger usually, and then we start wanting it. And I found one of the reasons, like there's many reasons why I don't want to drink coffee. And one of the reasons is because two of the actual chemicals that are contained in coffee, two of the compounds are, and I'm not making this up, are putrescine and cadaverine. Okay. And they come from, yes, those are compounds, and it comes from the words putrid and cadaver. And it is the actual compounds that make a dead body smell bad. And I found that out, and I'm like, and I'm drinking it willingly. And to me, it doesn't smell bad. It smells good, but a lot of people think it stinks, and I'm like, well, that'd be why, so there's a lot of things that we eat and you don't really know what's in it, but again, I don't know. It's just crazy, but you don't need encyclopedias. You are an encyclopedia.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I know a lot of people, they use AI to look everything up, and we play a game. People will ask me a question. Well, what's Rick's answer? And I'll give an answer. And then they pop up AI and they're like, oh, okay.
It happens
and
to be,
sometimes we disagree. I had an AI, I forget what it was, something about here in Miami. I said, let me show you my photo album. And I showed it like, oh, AI is wrong. I said, yeah, because AI goes on whatever language model they're using. A lot of times I ask AI about myself and I can barely find any information on me. You type in, who's the longest term carnivore on YouTube? It doesn't really give you anything. Or
well, they don't want to promote that.
Yeah, you don't get that. So
yeah, they do not want to promote that at all. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny. When you die, people be scavenging through your garbage. What is he talking about?
Hopefully by that time I'll give it all away.
Oh my God.
It'll be all antiques by then. Yeah, these are the old questions. I'm so far behind. Usually I follow the comments very closely, but today's a little different. So,
yeah, I'm going to
you know.
start streaming pretty soon here. I normally just do videos. I do with Dave Mack. We do a every other week stream, but
I've seen that.
I was going to do them on my own channel, and I too use OBS. And the last time I streamed anything, it was on I was gaming. It was on a gaming channel years ago or whatever. So, I mean, that was way different. And but now it should be a catastrophic failure. So watch for that because like, because you know how like OBS is kind of funny, and then you go to stream when you're messing with what is it, stream elements or whatever, and you're trying to set up overlays and all that kind of stuff. It should be just a complete disaster, but it should be fun. So I mean, I'm not sure when it'll be. Pretty soon, hopefully. But I got next week off, so I'm super psyched. Like I have all next week off, so no regulatory manufacturing garbage to do. So that's good.
That's good, because honestly, I have most of my time off since I don't have a lot of work now. So I'm trying to get the engine in my truck, but I keep getting distracted with favors and side jobs, but I'll get it eventually. Maybe today, we'll see. I'm hopefully going to meet somebody that's coming into town. He was here in the chat earlier. Maybe I missed his comment. Who knows? But I'm always doing something.
Yeah. So are you are you retired for the most part, or because you're not? I mean, I hate that word. Like it's not like retired from a previous profession type of thing. Like, have you always worked for yourself?
I used to teach at the college, but they changed the program and they said, well, now you get a master's degree. I'm like, well, you want me to go back 2 more years to school to teach something I've been teaching for 14 years? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And then I took care of my mom for like 10 years and my dad. And then we had the stupid COVID thing, and it's just been a struggle ever since then. Yeah. So I'm hoping that once I move out of the third world, then I'll be more in demand when I go to a place where people actually speak English and actually have some type of first world thinking.
Oh my God.
Because Miami is pretty rough. I mean,
I've heard a lot. I've had friends who live there and they moved away, Tampa, I don't know what Tampa's like anymore. I haven't been there in years. I don't know if it's similar or same kind of issues. But
yeah, it's probably 15 years behind Miami. That's usually the way it works there.
Yeah, it's like a lag. It's kind of like America is like 10 years behind the UK. So all the ridiculousness in the UK, usually, I don't know, people are expecting it to a little bit different though. I mean, you got a little different dynamics there, but still, it is horrifying.
I think eventually it'll reach the breakdown point. There'll be some kind of a revolution, and then that's it. Probably.
History always repeats, and that's one of the things is that people do not know anything about history. That's one of the things, like back when you're talking about college, like I told my children, I was like, they're like talking about going to college. I said, well, there's only like maybe 3 different things you got to go to college for. And the reason you got to go to college for them is because you can't get hired. Like if you want to do it as a profession and work for someone, you can't get hired unless you have certain degrees. I said, but outside of that, it's useless. And I was telling my son, I said, if I was you, I said, and I was a guy in particular, well, you don't have to be a guy, but it's like I would go into something, I would learn a trade, like how to actually maintain things, how to fix things, how to build things, how to do practical things, because nobody knows how to do anything anymore. Like nobody knows how to fix anything. Nobody knows how to work on a car. Everybody is completely helpless. And it's like that South Park episode. They did an entire episode where the handyman like became rich and had like a jet and everything, and he was wearing bling because all of the people were fighting over, and you had all the doctors and the lawyers who were helpless because they couldn't fix their dishwasher, and they're like paying him like crazy sums of money to the point to where nobody could hire him because he's the only one who knew how to do anything, and that's true. That's what's going on in this country, is that people don't know how to do the things that we have to do to survive, and I was like, you need to start a business. You need to do, like, I don't know, learn how to become an electrician or something like that. But God, university is useless. I mean, it's absolutely useless in my opinion. And that comes from somebody with like 4 freaking degrees. It was ridiculous. But back in the day, it was a different dynamic. When we actually want to learn things, it was difficult to, you can't just go on the internet and Google things. And God knows they're getting wrong information, because my son thinks Google is some kind of omnipotent God or something. I'm like, you understand that's curated results. Like, those results are what they want you to see. Like, it's not even reality.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people, I mean, I have an extensive amount of tools, and every time I bring up a tool, I have my little show and tell, and I ask people what it is, and somebody will answer it like, this is something I have handy. Most people wouldn't even know what this is for.
That's some kind of a coil, is it not?
Yeah, but it has a purpose.
Snake and drains.
Close.
Does it unroll?
Yeah, you can take it out.
Huh. What would that be for? Outside of, I don't know, strangling someone. It's like, what would that be for? I don't know.
Oh, you were mentioning electrician. This is called a fish tape. This is used for pulling wires through electrical conduit.
Oh, okay. I was close. Well, kind of. Yeah.
Here's another one. This is a tool that we often use in communications.
What is that? Now is that a volt? No. That voltage? What is that?
See if the battery's dead, and the battery is always dead. This is what's called a circuit tracer.
Okay.
What it does, it puts out an alternating current signal on a wire, and this is an amplifier that picks it up. It goes, makes a noise to tell you where the wire's going.
I've always wondered about that, because, when you actually have, you live in a house that's older, and you have electrical problems, like, how the heck, because it's in the walls. It's like you can't rip all the walls down, right? So it's like, I've always wondered, like, how they diagnose stuff like that. Now I know.
That's one of the tools that we use. And I do air conditioning, plumbing, electrical. The problem is the government. See, the problem with our system is that the government uses credentials as a barrier to entry. So if you don't have government permission, which is called a license, then you're a criminal. So if you do something for money for somebody else and they find out about it, you're the bad guy. It's the same thing with college. The number one reason why people go to college is so that they can get permission from the government to do what they want to do. You learn a few things, but you can learn just as much just by doing it. I learned electrical, plumbing. My dad and I built a whole house, and I've done repairs over the years. The quality of work that I do is far better than even the professional electricians. And this is a scary part. I'm thinking, why is my work so much better? Well, because of the attention to detail. Your average electrician may just run a conduit along a wall and call it, hey, it's up to code, it's good. And I'll go through the effort of burying it, going through the wall backwards. I do the job. It's like, wow, I don't even see it. Yeah, but it's in there. It's all done properly. I have to fix other people's mistakes. I'm always trying to solve problems. But with the experience I have, somebody calls me up, my last customer, I think my house is haunted. The lights go on and off. Weird things are happening. I'm thinking, okay, must be the panel. I go there, I open up the panel, it's got corrosion in it. So you need a new panel. And it just comes from experience. You get the electricians out there, they've had their training, whatever, and they still don't know what to do. They take out their phone, they go on YouTube looking to see what the problem is. I've seen it happen more and more and more. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm looking it up. You're using Google to look up? I thought you were an electrician.
That's crazy. No, okay. I'll tell you, you can't get anybody that has any critical thinking skills and or is not a moron, like, to put anything in your house. So I had to get a microwave that goes over the stove from Home Depot to replace the one that I had. And they came out I bought the microwave or whatever it came in, and the people, and I was like, it's like $100 or something. My problem is I don't have time. Like, I could have put the microwave in. I would need my son's help to do it, but I can do that much. Like, I can do that kind of thing. And it would have been a pain in the butt. It would have taken me a while. My son had to help me, and he was busy and he wasn't around. And I'm like, you know what? It's like, I'll pay them to put it in. So they come out and they hang it, and it's cockeyed. So the door is just like closing on it. And then, and I'm just like, are you serious? So I had to call him. I called him back, and I'm like, yeah, okay. They hung the stupid microwave like jackass. And so they're like, okay, well, they scheduled somebody else to come out, and they're looking at it literally. Okay. Guy's butt crack showing, and he's got a hay seed. He's got a piece of hay in his mouth. He's going, and he's staring at it. And I'm like, the door won't stay open. It's like, and so it's like, and I said, I think it's because they did not use the bracket that was provided with the new microwave. They're using what was on the wall already, which was put up by an imbecile years ago. So it's like, you're just using what's there because you're too lazy to actually replace it. And I don't think that's what it is, blah, blah, blah. So then they adjusted it, and I had to leave. And, I assumed that somebody was checking it. No, it's still cockeyed slightly this time. But then, okay, everything's just a nightmare. If you need something done at your house, it's just a nightmare. So then, a brand new microwave, right? The light burned out in it. And I was told, now you can't see nothing. So when you actually heat your food up, you have to take your phone and open it periodically and shine it in there because it's pitch dark and you can't see anything. And there's no light bulb. It's not a light bulb. You can't just unscrew the light bulb. Oh, no. I looked it up, and you have to remove the damn thing from the wall. It's like you have to remove it from the wall. It is inside the microwave itself. You have to remove the thing from the wall and I guess order the part. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I got this microwave on sale for like $250. I'm like, you can't change the light bulb in this. So I'm super pissed. I got to call I think it's within a year. They have like a year's warranty. I'm going to call and complain because I'm like, what moron designed this? Like, what were you thinking because light bulbs or light sources are going to burn out. Like, it's just ridiculous. So I'm like, I'm disgusted. Like, I've got to get windows replaced in my house. And I'm just like, I'd rather stick sharp things through my eyes than actually contact a contractor right now. I really would.
It's really amazing. That's why my house has the original windows, original kitchen. I'm not changing anything. When I go to move, I'm going to strip everything down, and I'm going to put whatever I can find, because whoever moves in here is probably going to redo everything. That's what everybody does. As soon as they move in, even if it's brand new, change everything, because they've all got tons of money from the Federal Reserve that they borrowed. They want to spend it. They don't want anybody else's stuff. So I'll take it out, but I'll show you the kind of light bulbs I use around the house.
Oh my God. Those weren't those made like illegal or something? Like, yeah, they were trying to make them banned, or you can't make them anymore or something like that.
The funny thing is, you can still buy them. These are used in traffic signals. They've spent a lot of money putting LED traffic signals all around Miami. Guess what? There's none left. They burned out because of the heat, the extreme heat, and the humidity. Every one of those LED lights burned out. So they went back to this.
Oh my God. And again, like, who's doing the design? Like, what idiot is designing any of these things? Like, because in design, you actually go through a process by, you look at all your risk factors, and you determine what you need and what will be appropriate and what will work and everything. And it's like, they're not doing any of that. It's like, they're just like going, hey, I got an idea. Let me just pull that out of my butt and we'll do this. I don't understand. I do. The education system is what it is. So, these people are products of that. So I suppose, you don't have critical thinkers anymore, for sure. Definitely. That's like it's just ridiculous. And that's what you're saying. Like people like you remind me of myself, like, because we're almost the same age. And it's like when I was younger, like I was about 8 years old. I was a weirdo. Like I've always been a weirdo. But when I was about 8 or 7 years old, like my mom would take me to the library and they thought something was wrong with me because I would like look up books like Egyptology and like the fall of European nations and things like that. I would look at history and weird stuff, and I always sought knowledge. And I left the public school system when I was about 14 years old because it was stupid. Like I actually had to go in front of a panel because you can't quit school when you're 14. And so I said, well, I want to see who's telling me I can't do that because I want to go to college. Like, and at the time, that's how you learn things. You went to college or whatever. So I'm like, this is boring me. I know how to do this crap that they're showing me and everything's so dumbed down. I want to go to college because it's a waste of my time. And they were laughing at me and they're like, oh, you're so fun. Like, oh, isn't that cute? No, you can't do that. You have to, keep going for at least 2 more years or whatever it was. And so I went in front of them. I said, what do I have to do? Because they're like, well, you wouldn't understand everything. And what do I have to do? And they said, well, you'd have to pass this test. And I said, give it to me. And they laughed at me and said, oh, well, there's no way, whatever, you can't, you're not going to pass this test or whatever. So they gave me the test and then they committed to actually letting me out. So I got out and went to college instead and just kept going and going and going and going because I just wanted, it's like you were starving for information. I don't know what it was with me, but I couldn't get the information I needed in the public school system. So went, just went to college and did all that. But I kept getting degrees and degrees and degrees and degrees. And it was kind of ridiculous, because you can be addicted to knowledge, to seeking knowledge. You can actually just kind of go overboard on that too, or be excessive. But it's interesting, I don't meet people who really give too much of a crap nowadays, like especially in the professional environment and corporate America. People are just they don't care to find out why for anything. They don't want to know the why. So, it's unusual to see someone who is that way, because you're definitely that way. You're digging, you want to know what the reasons are for things. But
the problem with the corporate world is because of the central bankers, because of easy money and unlimited debt, it is no longer necessary to produce things of value. The only thing they do now is arbitrage. Basically, get something cheap, sell it for more money. Get something, inflate the value, borrow money against it, and inflate again. This is why college is expensive, and medicine is expensive, and homes are expensive. Anything that can be financed by debt is going to be inflated in price. Anything that's bought with cash has to be at a level that people can afford. And this is the issue. So the central bankers, especially the Federal Reserve, they have been taking over since the 1980s. This whole thing started in 1980. And there's just no reason to make anything that works. There's no reason to be healthy. Because think about it. If people were independent, let's say that every American was like me, what would happen to the economy? It would be a complete change. It wouldn't be a collapse. The grocery store that's now 50,000 square feet would be 5,000 square feet. Because what do you really need? You'll have a meat section and you may have some local produce, but even the people that eat vegetables, they'd probably be buying it from a local grower. They'd hit the farmer's market. So the grocery store is smaller. The medical centers, 90% of them will be gone. The hospitals that have been expanding, they would go back to what they were in 1955. So there's a lot of money in these industries.
Oh, yeah.
All these disposable items that people buy and throw away, the fast fashion, the furniture, all this stuff, it would be reduced. So the amount of resources we would use would shrink. The landfill would stop filling up. It would start reversing. They would probably start mining the landfill for materials, and there would be less and less garbage. The pollution would be less. Water use would be less. So if everybody was like me, the economy, the amount of money would shrink, and the people at the top, the parasites, would starve, because if nobody went into debt, if people spent less money, there'd be less taxes. They would have to be efficient. They wouldn't be able to say, well, gee, we're going to spend 20 billion more this year than we did last year. No, they don't have it. Nobody's going to buy your debt. So they're going to have to say, well, what can we do to save money and save resources? So in the end, you would think, well, everybody would be out of business, but it's not true. People would work less. Instead of working 40 hours a week, you may be able to work 5 hours a week, because the cost of everything, instead of going up, that car that was $500 for a Model T that's now $50,000, it'd be $500 again. And because of technology, you could produce more. With all the modern tools we have, I could go out and do a job that would take somebody 100 years ago a week to do. I could do it in 2 hours. I get paid maybe $20, and that $20 buys me 100 pounds of meat. You know, there would be less money moving, less materials moving, less waste. People would throw nothing out. Everybody would have a garden. There would be animals. It would be a whole different system. But again, these billionaires and all these idle rich would disappear. You couldn't justify it. How can you pay somebody 5,000 times what the worker makes who does nothing? The workers aren't going to give them the money. So I'm not going in debt. So all these financiers they'd have to go out in the field and pick their own or hunt their own food. Yeah. And that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, and it goes back to even like and most people don't even know about like Jekyll Island and like how everything originated, and that's so important to understand because history repeats if you don't know about it. Like if you don't understand how history works, if you don't understand human nature and the nature of greed and all of this kind of stuff, like, and one of the I just did a video on a Michaela Peterson, they're doing some kind of study, right? And one of the things that I mentioned in there that I know people don't understand is like when you're talking about money, I mean, there's money like on a regular basis that is insanely something that we can't even fathom type of money. Like if you look in the pharmaceutical industry where I spent a lot of my life, I spent a lot of years in pharmaceuticals in clinical trial manufacturing, and honestly had to leave because I value my soul. I actually could not work there and live with myself. Like I had to go into medical devices. But one of the things that people don't understand is that if you look at the price of a clinical trial, like the cost of a new drug and new drug application, it's like anywhere from $19 million to $48 million, and can be the entire trial can be up to like $2 billion for a drug. You know, that is just insane. I mean, it and then the half of the drugs that you're actually making don't even work, you know, using that rotary phone.
Oh, well, I mean, it's got to be the other injectors. If you're losing oil, it's going in the other side because what else could it be? You know what I mean? It's not the high pressure pump is losing pressure. The oil's running down. So that it must be going out the other side or somewhere around there. You may have to pull that other valve cover off and double check those seals. Same way you did the other side, you're going to no, just pull the injector out. The seals are on the injector. They're like little rings because you're losing oil. See, your high pressure pump may not be bad. It's just losing oil. That thing was totally empty when I pulled that tank. But when you put oil in it, you were able to get home. Yeah, you're going to have to pull those injectors out. I think that's what it is. The other thing is, let me look at, there might be a way to pressure test that with hand pump. You know what? I'm going to try something different. I know that the head has a hose on it. I got one of those porta power. Maybe we can do that. That's an idea. I'm going to try that. I've never done that before. If we could loosen the hose that goes to the head, we could try putting oil in there and see if it's leaking. Then you don't have to take it apart. That's a great idea. Yeah. Let me see if I can do that because I was thinking about that. Because if it's leaking, it's got to be going in the engine. If you're not dripping oil and it's not, not burning, crop smoking, it's got to be going. It's going to the gas tank. That's it. So we need to check that out. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm on a live right now, but I'll give you a call later. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. And
You probably get a lot of calls like that.
I do. It's a friend of mine. He had trouble with his truck. He has a 7.3 Power Stroke. And what's happening is it keeps losing oil. Oh, and that's the guy with the Bobcat. He's got problems with the Bobcat at the nursery. I told them I'd call them after noon. It's only like 11:30. This is one of the reasons why I never get anything done. All my friends call, people, my customers, and I'm really good because I do charge for work that I do, but I don't charge for tech support. And a lot of times I put myself out of business because I really don't want to do the job. I tell them what to do. And then that way, it kind of works out in the end. But
teach a man to fish type of thing,
right. See, what
Yeah.
I believe, I have a different theory. I know a lot of you have the parasite class, and they're about extraction and exploitation. I like to have successful people around me. So what I want to do, I want to empower people to take away the control that other people have. So I try to educate them the way the monetary system works, the way nutrition works, the way that energy works. Energy is the root of all wealth. A different mindset, avoiding debt, avoiding propaganda, because propaganda is a very popular tool. And if the thing is that all people are motivated by fear, everything that humans do is motivated by fear. Now, you can use fear of harm, which is what government is really good at, or if you're a scammer, you can use a fear of missing out. So what you do, you make people promises. It's like gambling. Some people love to gamble. I hate gambling because I have the worst luck in the entire world. If there was a contest and there's a 50% chance of winning, I'll lose every single time. Well, not every time, but
I'm same way.
Yeah. But if there's skill involved, that whole thing is reversed.
Yep.
If it comes down to, well, can you fix this? Then I go from being the most unlucky person to one of the most successful, because I can think of how a system works and I can kind of imagine, and I usually come up with a solution. And if I don't come up with a solution, nobody else can, because it's a piece of junk. And that's kind of the way it's been.
Yep. Well, I think people value, like nowadays, I am seeing a change where people are actually appreciating quality, and quality work and things like that. And I see like there's some good, I talk about all the bad contractors here, which there's a lot of them, but I have known a few who were very, legitimate and took pride in their work and had old school values and did things correctly and didn't rip people off. And they got so much work, they couldn't even handle it, that kind of thing. So I do see that it's not all, because a lot of times, like if you try to avoid getting blackpilled, and it's hard, but I see some rays of hope here and there. And then you see like the carnivore community, the people who are, realizing that they've been kept sick their whole life by the medical industrial complex, and the gig is up and they're like, okay, I'm not doing it anymore. And so you have people learning a lot of stuff, and that's positive, but there's a lot of darkness, a lot of just dark things, and nobody's understands. Like they just are clueless about all of this, They're like, they would never do that. I swear to God, that's one of the things that I actually hate to hear, is if you try to tell somebody some kind of truth about the way things work, they're like, well, they would never do that. Like, yes, they would. They absolutely would, and they have been for years and years and years,
The thing is, I have been accused many times of being negative because I say things that people construe as negative, but I tell everybody, you have optimism and you have pessimism, and somewhere in the middle is realism. I know, because I'm going with my own way. If I could do something the easy way, I'm going to pick the easy way. For example, let's say I wanted to dig a hole in my yard. I need to plant a tree. I could get a pick and a shovel, and I could sweat it out for half an hour, chiseling coral rock, scooping out dirt, getting swarmed by bugs, getting scratched, just having a really bad time. Or I could walk into my side yard. I could start up my bobcat. I could hook up the auger. I could go over there, put the auger in the ground, spin it in there, pull it out. The hole is done. I drop the tree in there, fill it in, and I'm done. In 15 minutes, I've completed the job. Would I choose to go out there with the pick and shovel? Well, the only way I'm going to do that is if the area is too small to get the bobcat in there. So I'm not saying there's something wrong with taking a shortcut. And with today's technology, and this is what really bothers me,
Mhm.
every one of these ridiculous, stupid shopping centers look the same. Even the ones that have been there 50 years, they remodel every 10 years, so they all look the same. And they do that because, again, these people want more and more debt. Remember,
Mhm.
money that you borrow is only going to be charged 5% max if you're connected. But if you make that money as an income, 50% goes in taxes. So
Mhm.
it's all debt. So anything that can justify debt, they're going to do. And then
Yep.
they end up with a place that looks horrible. You go there, it's a box. Years ago, it was like a fake Mediterranean thing. That was a big deal
Mhm.
with the roof tile. It all looks the same. It's all garbage.
Mhm.
And then,
Yeah.
it's like a certain style. The cars all look the same. Now everything's
Mhm.
black, white, and gray. Oh, it's
Mhm.
minimalist. It looks like crap to me.
It
But
does.
yeah, I mean, it does.
Yeah. Well,
And
modern
the thing is,
architecture has become ugly. It's
right.
become ugly, and a lot of that's on purpose. People don't really believe that, but it is. It's on purpose, like making things ugly. If you look at models, a lot of models are ugly, like that. Or paintings are ugly now. Clothes are ugly. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot. And this is intentional. I don't really get the mindset behind it, but I know that there's an uglification going on of things that used to be beautiful.
If you look in my 1950s bathroom, you're going to see yellow, green, pink, all different colors. The new bathroom that I built 25 years ago also has colored tiles. Everything now is black, white, and gray with glass. It's very basic. They got rid of any kind of ornamentation. And the thing is this, people tell me it's too expensive. It's too expensive to build it nice. I said, you're full of it, because with modern technology, with things like 3D printing, with CNC machining, we have CNC routers. They could make whatever you want for next to nothing. If you want to make wood trim, all you have to do is set up your CNC mill and you get your wood and you run it through there. Let's say wood's too expensive. You could make it out of a molded, like a limestone, like a concrete. There is a 3D printed technology for making plaster. So if you wanted to make plaster moldings for your house, you could do it. It requires absolutely no skill. You could also use the milling process to make molds where you could manufacture the stuff yourself. It is cheaper today to make classical. Let's say you want to make something that looks like the White House or whatever. You want to make it out of concrete, make it look like, you could do that. You can make it look like marble. You could build a traditional house with columns, with beams, with add-ons, whatever you want. Or let's say you want to go modern. I'm not against modern architecture. When a modern architecture is done properly, I think it's the best,
Yeah,
because
it can
when
look good. Yeah.
but the thing is, modern architecture relies on natural finishes. I hate painted surfaces and I hate stucco. I like it inside, but I don't like it outside. And I don't like this stupid artwork, the thing that says live, laugh, love. If I see another one of those, I'm going to set it on fire. I hate those things.
I know, that was awful. That's
In my
cringy.
house, the walls are covered with books, records, mirrors, real things. I don't have any artwork whatsoever. I don't see it. I have a big TV on the other end. I have speakers. The walls are covered with real things. And I think a lot of it is to try to take the innovation, to try to take the questioning of how things are, make everything look the same no matter where you go. So you're not going to have a preference. If something is cool and old fashioned, you got to get rid of it. It has to go, because if you see what they used to make, then you're going to look at what they make now and go,
Yeah. What the heck happened? It's
right.
like, what happened to us, as a people?
So it's like around here, all the houses had bricks, they plaster over them and paint them a single color. If you have rocks, got to get rid of that. The wood that we had inside, got to go. It's all got to be just plain drywall, maybe a knockdown, something generic. It doesn't matter whether it's a cheap apartment or a multi-million-dollar house. They all have the same finishes. Kitchens, everything. We don't want color. We want everything just bland.
Bland.
Cars, we don't want any more chrome. We want it just painted, rounded. We don't want anything. So if you look at a Rolls Royce now, it looks about the same as a Toyota Corolla. It's just bigger and uglier.
Yeah,
And that's it.
and the what you want, like what people want, like trends are a big thing. And that goes back into advertising. You know, if you look at the history of advertising, like, oh my God, that will blow your mind. You know, if you go back to Bernays, you know, and the father
I
of
know.
modern
The
advertising,
father of propaganda,
yeah, and how that
Edward
worked because
Bernays.
he got everybody to, and I'm not sure, I think it was him, and you'll probably know this, but I'm pretty sure it was him in particular, or it was close to around the time he was big, when they actually taught the public that you don't want to eat eggs and bacon. You want to eat cereal, you know, frosted flakes and all that kind of stuff, you know. And they actually changed what we were eating for breakfast, and they taught a generations, multiple generations. That's how powerful this was, to believe that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I heard my mother say that, and that was a propaganda line. That was propaganda. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And I forgot which product they were doing that to sell, what they were trying to
Well,
sell. I think it was cereal, but I'm not 100% sure.
actually, Edward Bernays was pushing bacon and eggs, believe it or
Was
not.
he pushing bacon and eggs? I can't
Yes.
remember, but I know the firms who were trying to get rid of the bacon and eggs for the Crisco is what I'm thinking of. Like, so they were trying to get rid of animal fats.
Right.
And I know he was in there, and it wasn't what I thought it was, because at first I was thinking that he was the one responsible for the Crisco promotion, but but the timeline was a little bit loopy. I can't remember what the timeline was, but there was other advertising firms that were super powerful. Did he do the breakfast is the most important meal of the day thing, or was that a different? Do you remember?
That was somebody else.
Okay,
But you see
but it
what
was
it
still
was.
powerful. You know, still
Yeah.
powerful stuff. Yeah.
Well, remember, Bernays, I believe, was Sigmund Freud's cousin or nephew or something like that. And
Mhm.
it was Beechnut was the one, Beechnut Packaging Company, that I
Mhm.
believe that they were trying to sell bacon because they used to sell bacon. And I know
Uh-huh.
Beechnut also sold tobacco and stuff like that, and then baby food. But at that time, Beechnut Packaging Company was selling bacon. So they convinced people that having bacon and eggs, because traditionally a lot of people had steak and eggs, or they had some
Mhm.
type of meat with eggs. Breakfast was usually meat based, unless, of course, you're a peasant, in which case you
Mhm.
eat porridge or whatever crap they give you, the duck food.
Yeah.
But
You eat slave
when
food.
people, yeah, when people became more prosperous, they wanted to have meat, because if you think
Mhm.
about it, it's like the way that I think. When you're prosperous, you're going to have the meat. You have the meat, you know, the solid food, the adult food. The other stuff
Mhm.
is just crap. So yeah,
Yep.
he pushed the whole thing so that people would buy bacon. But it was actually, if I remember correctly, I don't know if it was General Mills. It was one of these other. I don't think it was Kellogg's. It might have been General Mills, and they said breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Yes, I think it was. I think now that you said General Mills, and I can't remember the advertising agency that was responsible for that, because now Bernays and the timeline, like, of the years, I forgot when Bernays was, like, when he was in his prime, like what year that was. But back in the early 1900s, if you just look at that as a big glob, basically, and you look at the processed food industry, you know, those advertising agencies had convinced the public that, number one, it was unfashionable. Like, you're not cool if you're eating meat and things like that. Regardless of, like if Bernays did the bacon, like he was pushing the bacon, like he was hired to promote, you know, bacon and stuff. And like, if you go back to like Procter and Gamble, when they came over here and they married their sisters, this not their sisters, but the sisters, or, you know, Procter and Gamble married two sisters or something like that. And I believe it was in Cincinnati. They went to Cincinnati because it was a where all the hog butchering was done, and they needed it to make their soaps, and they needed animal fats to make their soaps and their candles. So they, you know, just, and a lot of people don't know this. It's like a lot of they were looking for a cheaper way because it got expensive, and they were looking for a cheaper alternative, and that's how they started using the cottonseed oil. And then seed oils were a thing. And then somebody got the bright idea. And people think, you know, when you look back at what decisions were made, it's like they think back, well, surely they would have tested, made sure it was safe. And it's like, no, they didn't. Somebody pulled that idea out of their butt and said, hey, let's feed it to people. And they started frying donuts in it and giving it out to people on the street and selling cookbooks and promoting the Crisco thing, which was originally cottonseed oil, and the hydrogenated, oils that caused all the inflammation and the problems or whatever were born. But it's just, hey, let's eat this. You had something that was a lubricant, that was an industrial lubricant. It's not food. And it's like, hey, let's start eating this. And we started eating things that are not food. And if you look at the trends of heart disease and all the problems, like you see them graphing together, of when we started eating garbage instead of actual food and all of that. But a lot of that, how that happened was the advertising. Because, if you're a housewife, you're eating lard, it's like, oh, well, the neighbors are going to make fun of you because you're so old fashioned, that kind of thing.
Are you familiar? I'm sure you're familiar with the book called The Jungle by Upton Sinclair.
Oh yeah, that's a big deal because I know when you look back at the history of the Food and Drug Administration since I worked with them, it's like that's a thing. Like that's a really important, because the meatpacking industry was where it all started. And God knows I don't have a nice thing to say about the Food and Drug Administration, really. Not the inspectors on the ground that I've had to deal with, or I know personally. People who check to make sure you're not making drugs in a dirty room or something, like that's valid, but the rest of it, that's not was the intention. And when you look back at what actually was happening back in the day, I mean, it's horrifying. So,
But see, the problem is that's the old saying that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What happens is all these things start as a way of making things better. When you centralize control, corruption is a natural following. It is impossible to have some type of ruling body or some type of control organization without being corrupt. Anytime you centralize, that's why communism and authoritarianism have always failed. That's why for thousands of years, humans made zero progress. From the time of ancient Egypt to Rome till the 1700s, there was absolutely no technological innovation whatsoever. Humans made no progress, and people were not stupid. People, in my opinion, were smarter in ancient times than we are now. Because
it's amazing. That's amazing that you say that. Oh my God. I used to ask people, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I got to tell you this. I used to ask people, and no one I met has ever thought of this. I'm like, have you ever thought about why we've got like fire and stuff? Like you've got like, okay, people, fire, cave people. And you've got all of this, everything's, no technology for thousands of years. And then all of a sudden you have the explosion with the Industrial Revolution. Everything's like, oh my God, all these advancements, everything gets, modern advancements all of a sudden, like of the past, like several hundred years. What happened exactly? Like it makes you think that aliens showed up somewhere and said, hey, I got some here, do this, kind of thing. And I'm not promoting that, but I'm just saying, like, what happened logically? I mean, why wouldn't have this happened 1,000 years ago? Like you're saying, there were intelligent people. It's like, why did all of a sudden, and no one I've ever just stares at me and goes, I don't know. It's like, but that to me, that intrigues me. That really freaks me out.
I'll tell you what my theory is. My theory is it's all about control. Now, here's where it gets controversial. Many scientists believe that things can improve through evolution. I do not believe that. I believe it is the opposite. I believe in the laws of thermodynamics, the real ones. Everybody talks about the first law of thermodynamics, but nobody ever talks about the second one. In fact, I know people that are engineers that don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is. But it can be described with one word that starts with an E. And every time entropy, yes.
Yeah.
Every time you've seen me in an interview and people talk about that, I always mention entropy. It is a natural tendency for everything to degrade over time.
Yeah.
No matter what it is. Any item that we build degrades over time. Plastic's yellow. They become brittle. Light bulbs burn out. Things just erode. They fade. That's the way it is. And I believe that what we call evolution is actually entropy in action. So a life form starts in its most advanced form, and then it slowly degrades over time. And this is one of the reasons why we have inbreeding. This is one of the reasons why there's no such thing as a person who lives longer. Lifespans are not increasing. Yes, people live longer because of better living conditions. If you eliminate a lot of the infections, you make the food supply safer, and you reduce stress, people feel more like they have a purpose. They're going to live longer. When you have people living in terrible conditions, they die very quickly. And the problem is we've had centralized control. Now, again, if you don't believe in God, that's one thing. But what I believe is this: God created humans. Humans, they basically fell off of his plan. And then they came up with their own system. But humans are motivated by fear, just like animals are. If you don't believe that there's a higher power to guide you, you're going to do whatever is going to be good for you at the moment. And what do most animals want to do? They want food and water. They want a mate. They want a place to live. And that's it. And you're going to do whatever it takes to get there. So there's always going to be that select group of people who have the advantage. Maybe their wine works better. Maybe they have the advantage of how to manipulate people. And it's really important, because if you can kind of massage those desires of people, they're going to come to you. And you set an example. Well, look at me. I have all this. You see this in the religious community. These televangelists over there, blah, blah, blah. They have their private jet, and they have their Ferrari or whatever piece of crap mansion they're living in. And people throw money at them because they tell them, well, all you have to do is speak things into existence and you're going to get what you want.
Prosperity gospel.
Prosperity gospel, that garbage.
Yeah.
And then they get rich. The same thing with businesses. You have people there, oh, I can do this and I can do that. They get people to throw money at them. Investors, they borrow money, and they make good decisions and bad decisions. But as long as people keep throwing money at them, they're good. Well, in the ancient times, you had kings and queens. You had somebody who was maybe in their tribe, they were the best one. They got appointed king and they got power. Once they got that power, now they had the control. Now everybody had to go to them. And as succeeding generations came about, they regenerated themselves, and you end up with this so-called divine rule of kings. Well, now all the resources are in the hands of a very tiny amount of people, which means no matter how smart the average person is, they don't have access to the resources to make simple things. I mean, how in the world would you make something like this when you have no tools, you have no resources? The land belongs to the king and the
That's
queen.
true. That's true. That's a very good point. Like, and I had, it's just something I've pondered, and it's like, it's just a trip, like how everything just all of a sudden, because people look at like 100 years nowadays and they're thinking, oh, that was in olden times, or they think everything was so less sophisticated. I think the opposite. I think there was more knowledge. I think that if you go backwards, it's the opposite. Its intelligence is back there, not up front, like not in the future. You know what I mean? We've learned
All you
things,
have to do,
but
look at ancient Egypt. Look at even civilizations older than that. They found ruins of these buildings that are made out of stones or concrete. They don't even know what they're made out of. And they fit together perfectly. Everything is level. You have civilizations that are aligned with the stars. The people had more talent back then than they have now. I mean, it's not easy to make a pyramidal structure that meets perfectly in the middle. If you try to build one, try to build a little one and see how tough it is.
They don't know how to do it. Like they actually,
do it.
they can't do it. And then the second thing is, have you seen the whole thing that came out about I don't know how they were some kind of they were from space or something. They were looking under the Giza pyramid, and they're looking at all the check that out, like look it up. And I wish I had a link or something, but it's underneath. They've been able to do sonar imaging or something like that, and like it goes down a kilometer, and it's all of these chambers that they just found. It's like a city under the Giza pyramid.
Really?
Yeah, and everybody was like talking about it recently, but check it out. And again, like you don't know what to believe with a lot of this stuff, but I wouldn't put it past it, because the idea that those were tombs for pharaohs is a lie. From what I understand, like that never was that. Like they don't know what it was used for, but it definitely was not for burial purposes. Like that wasn't the goal of, like, the whole thing was not because of that. But it's some amazing stuff. But people just, they don't know, they don't look into any of this kind of stuff, and it's like it's just intriguing to think about. because our
But what
history is
happened?
everything.
What happened, what we have now is actually a result of the age of discovery, when they started to travel around the world. Now, obviously, many civilizations did. Some of the northern civilizations would travel around to different coastlines for fishing and hunting or whatever. But when the Europeans, which was the center at the time, you have to remember they had a feudal system where most people were limited. They were not eating good food, they were eating duck food.
Mm-hmm.
So even if your brain has the capability of working at a higher level, if you're eating a bunch of grains,
Mm-hmm.
how it's not going to work. So the vast majority of the people are servants to the elite, and the elite, they're inbred, they're a little bit off, they become control freaks, nothing happens. But when they started to explore, and then you had Spanish and English and French and all that, they discovered this continent, which they didn't know about. Now you have a whole new land, a new world, as they called it, with resources. You had people that were already there, but we're not going to worry about them. Now you can pick the people that are troublemakers in your home country and say, you know what? We want to conquer this land, but we don't want to risk our elites because we don't want them to get killed by the people that are there. So we're going to get all these maniacs, and we're going to send them over there and say, look, you want land, you want to live, go over there. And a lot of them will die off, but some of them will survive, and then they're going to prosper. And that's what happened. So it did two things. Number one, it took the pressure off of Europe, because a lot of the people that were causing problems, they came here. And then on top of that, it reduced their population. And there's a sweet spot. When your population is too high, everything is just dead. Your economy is dead. You can't progress. You're too busy trying to survive. You have too many problems. And when it's too low, you have a problem as well, because you don't have enough people to use the resources efficiently. So they went over to this part of the world, and now you have governments that are sort of loosely formed. They don't have a lot of control. They may have control in one region, but out there somewhere, and people are doing different things. They don't need permission. They can start businesses. They can trade. They can do whatever. There was no income tax here. There was
Innovation. So you have innovation basically can prosper. You can have
Right.
innovation flourish. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
If you look at a place like Africa, where they have total control, you have small corrupt governments that control everything. Nothing good ever comes out of Africa. Just famine, war. It's just one disaster after the other, because they don't let the people do what they have the potential to do. It's the same thing with Europe. For centuries, Europe was just dead. It was a dark ages. You had the church and the government together, and they're controlling the people. They can't do anything. They even came here. You had groups of people that thought that any innovation was witchcraft.
Yeah.
You would get rid of them.
That's true. Yeah.
So when you have a society like that, you're going to fail every single time. But once you got out into the open, you have people living in different areas. They discover things. They build things. Oh, look, I discovered oil. Oh, we discovered the copper. We discovered whatever material. They go and they find gold, and then they can use that to build wealth, and silver. So they start buying things. Then they get manufactured goods from Europe, where, once they took the pressure off, the Industrial Revolution started to pick up there, because the thing is, people start thinking, well, why am I listening to this king and this church and all that? And they break away from that. The Catholic Church broke up. You have Protestant churches. So people start breaking up into smaller groups, different regions. Now you have innovation taking place. And then you have a competition, because instead of having one big controlling organization, like they want to have one world government means stagnant. It means no progress. You're just going to be living like the feudal system. But when you have all these little groups doing their thing, now it's like, wait a minute, I visited that community. They have this. Why can't we have this? Oh, maybe we can. And then it's just like a competition. Oh, I can make one better, and I can do better than that. And why do I have to work all this time in the field? I could build this machine. They have this steam-powered tractor. Why don't we have one of those? And they start doing it. And before you know it, people are prospering. Now, instead of using a hand crank, you're using one of these, and you're getting the job done 10 times as fast.
Yeah. Kind of a true free market, basically, is what you're describing.
But then, like you said, Jekyll Island, once the free market was there, now the exploitation takes place.
We got to mess with it. We got to screw it up.
Right. Because the parasite class doesn't want to be left behind. In a free market, the parasite class dies, because they just don't have any resources. So they have to get their little tentacles in there. So now what we're going to do, we're going to create money from debt. and that's it. Now we can get people in debt. So if they want to get a tool, they don't have the money for it, they can borrow the money from us. And now we can extract interest. And we're going to keep getting them to buy more and more of this stuff. Pretty soon, we have to spend our whole life paying for the house we live in. We have to borrow money to run a government that doesn't even exist. You know, why is there government debt? The government gets tax money. They could use with no. We have to have bonds. We can't use the money that they send to us. We have to issue debt and then have more debt. And that's what it is.
The Ponzi scheme.
Right. We can't heal people. We can't tell people, look, you know, you could buy our medicine and spend $10,000 a year, or you could just change your diet, go outside and exercise, get the same thing.
Yeah. And that's what people are, you know, a lot of people are talking about what's going to change, because there's a lot of us who know the secret that diet. Okay,
Nothing.
Diet healed 7 things. And the thing is like, they're like, well, don't you think this is great? And it's great. It's good people are finding this out, but would it change the monolithic system, and how long would it take to change it? And the problem with that
It'll never
is
change.
like, yeah, no, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, and it continues to do so. And that's human nature. And
the reason it will never change is the majority of humans are sheep. They're referred to, even the Bible refers to them as sheep and goats. Well, most people are sheep and they follow. For most people, they tell me this: don't tell me how to do it. Just tell me what to do. I don't want to know how it works. Just tell me what to do.
You don't want to know why.
I don't want to know why. Just tell me what to do. That's the problem. And this is why I get frustrated. I get so mad because I see people doing stupid things over and over and over and over again. And I just get frustrated. This is why I decided I'm going to go on YouTube and I'm going to tell the experience about my life, carnivore diet, whatever, because I've seen too many people self-destruct. My own parents suffered needlessly. I told my dad, you want to die because you don't feel good? Join me on the heart attack diet. We'll have steak every day. It's good. And my dad likes steak, and he'd eat the steak and feel better. And then, I can't do that because it's bad for me. Like, you told me you want to die. But then he would eat the steak and feel better. This was the problem. He'd eat the steak, feel better, and then don't want to die. Then get sick and want to die. It's like, Dad, just eat the steak. That's it. One steak a day.
My sister, I'm going through that right now. My sister has Crohn's. And you know, anytime she'll go to her doctor will say something stupid like meat is going to kill your kidneys, and she believes it. And I'm like, what do I have to do? Like, go try to find where that's actually proven. Like, go try to find that piece of information and prove it, you know. And the thing is she's not going to mess with it. She don't want to bother. And I think a lot of people don't want to know. Ignorance is bliss. You know, they're like, they got their head in the picture of that guy, the meme with the guys with his head in the sand. They don't want to know that everything that they were raised to believe is built on lies. You know, they can't face that reality, I think, is a lot of it. Like a dude at work I was talking to, and he had like a problem with like skin tags or something. And I said, and really high amounts of carbohydrates, sugars, and things like that. Like, that's one of the things that it fixes, and And I was talking about, eating sugar is problematic, and all these carbs and whatnot, not eat enough meat. And he goes, well, you're saying sugar. He goes, well, my mama told me that my mama cooked this, and my mama made this and that and the other thing. And I ate it all, growing up, and and you're telling me my mama was trying to hurt me. Like, in order to learn something, he would have to at the same time embrace the belief that his mama was trying to harm him. And it's like, no, it's just, you learn things over time. There's things we don't know. But he got really upset at the thought that he couldn't adopt a healthier diet because that would be some kind of betrayal of his parents and how he was raised, because I was raised eating crap too. I mean, when I was younger, I could eat a bunch of crap, but I you can't over time, and some people can't initially, but it's just that idea that you have to reject everything that you knew to be true. And you don't want to face that your whole world is a lie, in a lot of cases. Like when I got into as I climbed the ladder of success and got to the top of like these places, these massive pharmaceutical companies. I mean, and the type of money is staggering. Like I was saying earlier, a new drug application can be like up to $2 billion to make one drug. one drug that doesn't work, because most of them do not work. And I've never seen a drug in all the clinical trial materials we manufacture and all the clinical trials I was part of. I've never seen one drug that cured anything. And it's not even that effective in the practical world. Like it half of them don't even work, so it's crazy. But
well, this is the thing. And it's like anything else, like gardening. I've always been a gardener. I garden all the time. Everybody I know, they have garden problems. The first thing they say is, what spray do I need and what fertilizer do I need? I said, you need to forget about that right now. I always start the garden by doing a soil test, and I'll add the minerals I need. I will use commercial fertilizer if necessary to start the process. But once the process is started, it does not require any additional inputs. Nature recycles everything. And all you have to do is work with it. Stop working against it. Stop throwing everything away and it, all this cultivation, like work with it. Your body's the same way. Yes, if you broke your arm or whatever, you need somebody to set it. If you're coming from a position of bad health, you probably need some type of drugs or medication. Maybe you have an infection. But once you build yourself up to the point where you're healthy, then that goes away. I mean, I've never had an antibiotic in my entire life, and I've gotten bitten, scratched. I've been poisoned by plants, all kinds of stuff. I've never been antibiotic. I've never had a prescription med other than a cough syrup, and I still have the glass bottles of it in my collection. I think 1981 was the last time I had anything from the pharmacy.
Oh my
and
God.
I haven't been to a doctor since 1996.
Wow.
And, it's like, I said, Rick, you're different. I said, I may be different, but I think part of it is my lifestyle. It's diet, attitude, and abilities. I find that the more out of control you feel, the more stress you have and the sicker you get. Educating yourself, doing things, and finding out what works for you is a key. If you get hurt, if you can fix it yourself. Now, I've been cut open a few times. I've had to stitch myself up, and sometimes
it's
I
a
use
good skill to have. It's a good skill to have, actually.
It's a good skill to have, because otherwise I got to run to the hospital and then you got to wait in the waiting room. I was joking with a friend of mine. I said, by the time I wait in the emergency room, I've already got this thing stitched up. And when I get the bill, I'm going to have a heart attack. So what's the point? I go there for a cut and I end up with a heart attack.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, it was horrible.
Ridiculous.
It is. Well, Rick, I gotta go because I got people getting loud.
All right.
But thank you so much. This has been great. I love chatting. You'll have to come. We'll have to do this again, definitely.
Let me know. I'm always around.
All right. Well, I will see you later. Bye, everybody. I can't see any chat here either. If anybody was chatting, like for whatever reason, I don't use StreamYard, so I'm completely oblivious.
It should be on the right side, but
yeah,
Liz,
I think I just found it. Oh my God.
There you go.
But I wasn't ignoring anybody, I promise. But I will see you guys later.
All right.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Thanks, Liz. Okay. So let's see. There we go. I am back. It's just Rick with his rotary phone. Anyway, let me go. I missed a lot of comments and I tried to go through as many as I could, but I see that, what's his name? George Goodenough was here. He may have gone out. Okay. And he had some cat issues. I'm not going to go all the way back. Car problems, ask Rick. Yep. People call me all the time. And that's one of the things I'm really happy. I offer the tech support for free because I feel like I'm helping my friends. And when they can, they help me. So that's a really good thing. And yes, I recommend the book. Ellen said, Creature from Jekyll Island. I read that book like 30 years ago. I do recommend reading it. It is very eye-opening. And let's see, we had some hellos here. And BK Belgian Carnivore is here. And let's see. I'll see anyone before I'm setting up my greetings now. Okay. So everyone's got a happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Got to run for a bit. All right. So we're out. And there's Tim. Odd Fitness, Tim Brennan. Hi. Hey, Rick. Hi, chat. Hope all is well. All is good. Once I get done with the chat, I'm either going to be meeting one of my friends at the park for lunch or I'll be working on my truck. So we'll see if we can wrap this up in a short time. And Angela Mullins jumped off. All right. Finish the project. Well, good. I hope it goes well. And Merry Christmas from Tim. There you are. He's got a small channel, but you can check it out. Tim's not a carnivore, but he does believe in whole food eating and structured exercise, which is very important. And it looks great for somebody in his 40s. So if you get a chance, check it out. And there's Paul. We apologize for being rushful. It's somewhat difficult. Yeah, that's back when I was doing the call. Off to walk, George. Oh, awesome. Jonathan is off to walk. That's great. England new buildings are great and blended with Horizon. That's true. It's beginning to feel a lot like quack time. All right, and let's see, how much must it cost to take a foo, pee, bath, or shower? That's a good question. Just did a video about eggs. I'm gonna have to check that out. I try to watch your videos as much as I can. Eggs are the best, and I do believe that they are excellent. Apple was a pioneer of clean, simple aesthetics, good for electronics, not so much for architecture. Yes, the Rick method have a lot of stuff. I like having tools and parts and all kinds of stuff. If you look at my background, you'll never see one of those minimalist backgrounds. You may see me with some Celotex ceiling tiles from the 50s, but that's about it. I am not into the minimalist, and I never will be. Crisco is awful. Yes, it's an industrial lubricant. Procter & Gamble, 1911. The breakfast nonsense may have been Kellogg. I think it was General Mills. Breakfast. Okay, well, Dr. John. Okay, so Tim says it was Kellogg. That might be a good subject for a video. Bernays was Frood's boyfriend. I mean, brother. Okay, well. And yet Bernays lived to, I think, 102. He lived a long time. I've heard of Bernays sauce. Same person? No, I think that's Bolognese. Yes, terrible decisions. That is correct. Now we have an obese society. Yes, but you and I are not obese. And if you look at a lot of our carnivore community, there are people that were obese that no longer are. Carnivore has a better idea, not Ford. Procter & Gamble made the AHA super rich overnight via competition on the Jack Benny radio show. In 1946, they owned the health advice. See, got some interesting facts. Our world is far older than the modern pyramids lead us to believe. I do believe that too. It always goes through cycles of up and down. Biggest pyramids were supposed to be big cubes. They're a little off at the bottom. They got more and more narrow and turned into pyramids. Okay, someone's making a joke here. DS111, always with this humor. Cedars stabilized by hydrogenation in the 1940s, entered the human food chain. Eisenhower's heart attack happened in 1955. The real heart attack died. Sorry, Rick. Yeah, I have to admit, Rick was a failure. Hello, everyone. Just got off work. Well, hello, Thomas. I'm glad you're here. The pyramids have 8 sides, not 4. That's interesting. Eisenhower's physician was Paul Wright. Ansel Keys was a buddy of Dr. Wright. The rest is disastrous history. Thomas, my carnivore son. There you go. Howdy, Thomas. I'll be with you in chat later. Yes. And hi, Mother Sandy. All right. They've tried to say it's 4. Throw us off to make excuses, but it doesn't add up. Makes you wonder what's underground, right? There might be like 4 more corners in a rectangle. It may be a cube or rectangle with the pyramid on top. Yeah, that makes sense. Some great knowledge here. Thanks. I'm just sharing some of the things that I've heard. It took them ages to get the pyramids right. I've been inside the bent pyramid. The prototypes were a step pyramid of Saqqara. They were terraced. Okay. See? Egyptians definitely inbred the royal family to keep the bloodline pure. Yes. That's why all these civilizations eventually fail. I heard the pyramids are designed to attack pole shift of the earth and to survive a pole shift event. Details or arguments are intriguing. Got some pyramidology going on here. Crazy isn't the majority of people are so brainwashed they just won't listen. They're just too stubborn. If the medicine is working fine, why do sick people renew their prescription each month? That's exactly right. If it cured you, you would only need it for a cycle, and that's it. All right. What is this noise? I don't know. All right. And there we go. So I'm sure I missed a few of them in the middle, but I did catch up. Let me see how many people I have on my channel. I have about 34, which is pretty typical after 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, 10 minutes. All right. Not a big deal. So anyway, let's see if we have any more comments popping up. I don't see any, but I did miss some, but it was nice having Liz join us on the live stream. And I need to figure out what I'm going to do the rest of the day. Now, let's see if I have an email. Somebody was supposed to email me. I have someone that I might be meeting, and I don't see an email. I guess I'll have to get on the phone. Yeah, I haven't gotten any email. Oh, here we go. I got an email here. I did a video on Jekyll Island. Okay, please give me a call. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm close to your area. I am going to give this person a call. And I don't know if they want to do it when I'm online, but let me go ahead and let me see here. I've been listening. Yeah, okay, there we go. I emailed you. Yes. Okay, so you are listening to me. So we're going to try to get together for a lunch. Now, the area I'm in, if you're listening, there are 2 parks that I would suggest. One of them, which is near me, is Kendall Indian Hammocks Park, which is pretty good size. And a much bigger one is the Tropical Park, which is between Bird and Miller Road by the expressway. So there's a couple of them. There's also Tamiami Park, but it's not quite as big. So I'll give you a call in a little bit. And that'll be a good reason to sort of wrap up the live stream. I don't have to be here all day. And again, we had a guest and we used the StreamYard. Now, I didn't do my usual intro, and I probably won't do the outro either. I don't want to play around. When I get my OBS to work, then what I'll do, I'll use a virtual camera setting, and then I will do that. But I had a little issue. I do need to get on building my computer. Problem is some of the prices went up, and I'm always looking for a good deal. So, but it's coming. And pretty soon, I'm always trying to make the live stream a little bit better. And teaming up with Jonathan, who's better? Jonathan, I think, was the first person that had me live. Everyone else was an interview. Those interviews were generally recorded previously and edited, but Jonathan was the very first that was live. And we've done several live streams together. And I think both of us tend to be outside the box thinkers. So really good. And I think we benefited a lot from his expertise because unlike a lot of the internet experts, Jonathan has both credentials and experience. And for his age, that's really a rare trait. So anyway, if we have any more comments, let's see. I also need to use the bathroom. I've been sitting here for over 4 hours and I had some water, so I'm gonna have to go outside and take a leak at the banana plant. But let's see. I don't see any more comments. All right. So anyway, let's see how many people we have in the chat. We have 33 still. That's really good. Let me double check my chat and see how it compares to the yeah. Okay. So that was the last chat that we had. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, and hopefully I'll be able to meet my new friend either today or tomorrow. And hopefully everyone is having a great day. I really appreciate those of you that came in and commented and listened. Always have really good participation. And thanks again to Jonathan for making this happen. We're down a year, and starting next week begins the next year of Live at 8 with Rick. Let's see how many years I can keep Live at 8 with Rick going before I get my heart attack. And looks like we got an insect here. Look at that. I wonder what kind of insect that is. Let me see. Well, that's weird. Huh. Some kind of a beetle. Oh, well. Anyway. Should I kill it? I don't know. We'll just put it over there on the countertop. Let it do its thing. People say, you carnivores, you kill everything. No, I was always nice. Every time I caught a cockroach, I would let it loose outside. You can see the videos of many times I let a cockroach go. Not that it lasted long, because the pitter patter of little duck feet would go whoosh, and it would disappear just like instant gone. Let's see here. Oh, very interesting diet. Very instant chat. Okay, very instant chat. Yes, my chats are always interesting. And the more of you that join in, the more interesting it gets. Don't eat it. Okay, we're not going to eat it. We don't eat the bugs. No eat the buggies. We give the bugs to the birds, and then we eat the eggs and the birds. You eat organs? Yes. I have eaten liver, kidney, heart, you name it, I'll eat it. I've even used intestines to make sausage. So yes, I do eat the organs when I have them. Time for us to quack off. Yes, we're going to quack off. Got a lot to do. And Lamb says, great live, Rick. And I say, absolutely great live to everyone. So we'll go ahead, and I think that's it. Let me see. You eat everything raw? No, I rarely eat anything raw. I used to eat raw liver occasionally, but I basically cook almost everything. So, but I have eaten raw meat occasionally, but I don't eat it all the time. Why do I hear a buzzing sound? Oh, okay. Anyway, let me go ahead and, oh, hold on. It was very different today, and it was good, but they always are. Well, thank you, Terry girl. And again, this is because we had Liz join in, we had Jonathan join in, and it makes a big difference. I mean, think about it. If it's just Rick all the time, that's not really the most variety. You got to have other people in here too. And again, you can always use the rotary phone on the regular live streams, but on the StreamYard, you can join in at any time. And I would keep it going, but I really want to meet this person for lunch. I think it's going to be interesting. This will be the very first person that has ever met me in the Miami area. So I take that back. Russ was the very first person to meet me in the Miami area, but this is the first person, because Russ and I, we were chatting long before I even was on his show, but this will be the first one where we do an outdoor meeting. When Russ and I met, it was down the street at the Brazilian Steakhouse. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the great comments and thoughts on Gotis. Oh, I can do a whole video on that. That is one strange individual. I don't know. At this point, I don't understand where he's coming from. And I think he's had some issues. There's a long story behind him. He also called himself Severe Ridge or something like that. I'm going to write that down. That might be another possible subject video when I start making edit videos. Could you do that video? Yes, I do need to. And if I don't do it in the next few months, remind me. But once I get my computer setup finished and I can do good video editing, I'm going to do edited videos. I thought about doing videos on people who quit the carnivore diet, people who maybe didn't do so well on the carnivore diet, some of the other influencers that go against it. I'm going to sort of make these videos as time goes on. All right. So anyway, let's see how many people we have right now. We have on my channel, we have 32, and on the StreamYard, it shows, oh, let's see. Okay, the count disappeared. Oh, well, no big deal. Anyway, we're saying goodbye here. And I'm going to cut this off, and I'm going to call my new friend and see what we want to do. Have a great rest of your weekend. And as Mitch says, eat meat. And if you can take the day off, that's great. Otherwise, just try to be around the people that you know, the people that you can relate to, family, friends, whatever it is, and try to help where you can. I'll see you next time. Oh, one more comment. What is this? Thanks, Rick. Have a good one. Yes, I agree. And we have bye all from Lady June. Excellent. Looks like you were here the whole time. All right. There we go. Okay.